Oh, hello. How are you doing? This is Kyle. If you didn't know me, this is Kyle, aka Vulcan Wolverine. It's like 9 o'clock on, what is it, April 9th, 2021. And tonight, I'm gonna wait for some people to get in the chat. I've got a way that I want to do this kind of. Let me wait for some people to get in the chat for a second. And then let me turn this off. Hold on one second. If you are in chat, I hope you're doing well. I hope you're, battling through this, finding peace, clinging to God, finding solutions, and buying time basically to get through this stuff. Just welcome. So what we're going to be doing tonight, there's a couple of people in chat, and welcome to chat. I wanted to kind of wait till there was a couple more to let y'all know how we're going to work this panel. Because you guys have heard me say a lot. Well, I kind of want to do like a call-in show, right? A call-in show would give everybody a chance to speak their mind and everything like that. So what we're gonna do tonight, I don't know how it's gonna work. I have no idea. We're gonna do a panel, but what we're gonna do is I'm gonna put the link in, and kind of first come first serve. We're gonna do time 15 to 20 minutes. You can talk about what's important to you and everything, and then we'll go to the next person like that. We're gonna kind of see how it works with StreamYard, not a call-in, because I can't find an 800 number that's like free for you guys to call in. And it looks like there's a good number of people in chat. What I want to do to start this out, guys, is I want to go over something in the mainstream media about remote microwave attacks, so that then it can just be, people can see that and then listen to us talk, and they can't say, oh, we're crazy or anything like that. So I want to kind of start doing that. So welcome if you're in chat. Obviously you don't have to come on the panel, but we're going to kind of do it that way. I don't know, and maybe, if one person wants to come on and then nobody else wants to come on for a while, we can keep just talking about whatever you want to talk about. We can talk about breakthroughs that you found, miracles that have happened for you, big things going on at the UN, the State Department, and that investigation, solutions that you think TI should be listening to, or solutions that we should be moving towards, anything. Hey, Targeted Individual says, how you doing, man? I'm doing pretty good. Besides the targeting, and everything, I'm doing okay. But it's pretty rough. It's pretty rough on my brain. Very, very rough, where they'll kind of erase the last thing I did. Like, I took some kratom this morning, and then I literally forgot if I had taken any. Stuff like that all the time. And then even worse stuff than that, like serious stuff. Hey, Dennis. Dennis says, hi, Kyle. Work for another 2 hours. Maybe I can catch the end, but listen. Okay, Dennis. Well, we're definitely going to go. We'll go for more than 2 hours probably. So maybe towards the end, you can come in on a panel. And just for a couple minutes, even if you just want to come in and just be like, hey, I just wanted to say, hey, and I just wanted to say, like, I think targeted individuals should be thinking about this, and that's it, you can do that. But I kind of wanted to do it like a call-in, right? So it's like StreamYard, where people are going to get the link to StreamYard, but then it's going to be kind of like a call-in, because we're going to just be doing one at a time. And we'll see how everybody likes it. We'll see if it works. Eventually, I think I do want to get a phone line, so it'll be easier. Okay, so there's some people in chat. So let me go through this first, and then we'll kind of get started, and we'll see. I didn't bring a lot. I didn't bring a lot of like links and things like that. But if you guys, like, if people don't want to come on at the beginning, you guys can put in links to things that y'all think are important or whatever. in the chat, and we can go through those. So it's kind of testing out this way of doing things, and it's a celebration for all my subscribers. Thank you for subscribing. 3,500 subscribers for a targeted individual channel is great. And hey, Char says, hi Kyle, love and peace to all the TI community. Thank you, Char, and thank you for coming. And so guys, I just want to go over this first, because I want to connect these things, and I might be doing this a lot. Where before we have maybe a live stream or whatever, we show the mainstream, we show what's on CNN and every remote microwave attacks, and then we tell our stories, and it's immediately connected to what's in the mainstream and what all these government officials are being hit with, right? So I really want to do that. Give me a second. I'm going to get my my tablet out. Hold on one second. Alright guys, so I want to play this. I want to do a little bit of commentary, and then we can just chat. I'll chat with the chat, and we'll see who has anything important to say. And then towards the end, we'll see towards the end, maybe we'll just let everybody come on. Like for the last hour, we may just do a just where everybody can come on. Like up to, I think it's up to like 6 people, I want to say, maybe 8 people, but we'll try some stuff out. Let me pull up my chat so I can see what you guys are saying, and we'll start playing this while I'm waiting on that.
I mean, I woke up in the middle of the night with an incredible case of vertigo. You know, the room was spinning. I wanted to throw up.
Mark Polymeropoulos, a former U.S. intelligence officer at the CIA, was hit in 2017 by an invisible attack in a Moscow hotel.
I'd been in places like, you know, Iraq and Afghanistan I'd been shot at, but this was by far the most terrifying experience of my life.
It's a mystery that's played.
Now, can you imagine that? This guy has been in war where bullets are flying over his head. He's been in war with guns shooting at him and everything like that. And he's saying this attack that he had in Russia, right? And this is a CIA agent. He was in a Moscow hotel. He said this was this was more terrifying than being in a real war. Now think about that. Think about all just the regular people who are tortured way, way harder than this guy, than this CIA. This, you know, Russia was probably hitting him with something, probably still hitting him, but being like kind of subtle. We're getting our brains ripped apart by America, by the military-industrial complex in America. Amazing. But this guy says that real war was not even as scary, which is so true. I mean, I can even know that, not having been in a real war with guns, because with that, you know where you stand. You're gonna, well, I mean, it's not like it's a great thing, but it's like you're gonna live or die on that battlefield, and you're in a fight, and then when the fight's over, you're either dead or you go. This is just a never-ending stream of energy and external hits. You can't get to the people who are attacking you, and we can't get any help, and we're called mentally ill, right? And then all of a sudden, all these government officials and agents start being hit with it, and then they have to do something about it, right? Completely didn't just ignore us the entire time. Didn't just ignore us, right? Ignoring us would have been like real evil, but they went all the way into psychiatric reprisal, calling us mentally ill, destroying our families. Some people have recruited to gang stalk them. So instead of just like not just ignoring us being cooked alive by microwaves and mind control, more punishment, gang stalking, you know, isolate them, destroy their lives, destroy every other aspect of their lives, not just ignoring the being fired on by integrated directed energy weapon systems, you know. And you got to know that's a psychopathic thing, right? A psychopath, they're not just going to like not help you. They're going to go all the way into destruction, right? And that's the kind of society, that's the system we live in, where it doesn't just ignore and neglect its citizens, it outright kills them and uses them. I mean, so we live in evil times, and we all know that. We all know that we live in evil times.
Plagued the U.S. intelligence community and the State Department for years. An attack which brain experts now say was likely the result of a microwave weapon, hitting American personnel in Cuba, China, Russia, and other places around the globe. The U.S. government has not identified, but current and former U.S. officials believe Russia is to blame. The Russian government did not respond to CNN's request for comment. The attack impacted his balance, sight, and hearing. The pain has never wholly subsided.
I couldn't, make it through the day, not even close. I've had a headache every day since that night in Moscow. It's never gone away day and night.
So he has a headache every day and night since he left Moscow. That means he's still being targeted. Like, I'm a targeted individual. I'm hit with this stuff. All these people in my chat were targeted individuals. He's saying he still has a headache. That doesn't mean like he got hit and then, he just has this permanent headache, but they're not hitting him anymore. They're hooked into him. Russian intelligence, now get this. Russian intelligence is still hooked into this man's head as he's going to his visits at Walter Reed Hospital, as he's talking to maybe people in the CIA about it. They're remote neural monitoring him and getting all that surveillance information. And the CIA should know that, right? So this guy's speaking out, and who knows how many agencies he's spoken to. I was thinking that they would have like safeguards against this, but who knows? Because the information about these weapons and what they can do with remote neural monitoring is so compartmentalized that he could be walking through all these intelligence agencies talking about this, seeing their reaction, seeing how much they know, and that's all fed back through remote neural monitoring to Russian intelligence. I mean, the things that are going on with these weapons are incredible. Not just the torture and brutal experimentation done to us. Yeah, Jules says this man is being trafficked. I agree. Okay. Jules says, Kyle, I tweeted you on Twitter. I'm looking for the video about the gentleman who has the documents. That's Jeff, and that leak. I don't know how we're gonna get it out to everybody because it's like in a PDF. But we're like, I think he's looking in how we can get that out. I think what we may need to do is maybe I could just tweet that document out if I have it. I think I can do that pretty easy. Let me get on that, Jules. I'll get on that because that's really important. That leak from that leak to the sheriff's department is really, really important. But the problem is I can't put it in my description. I can't just put like files. I can only put links in there. So I think I would be able to tweet that and put it on my Facebook page, maybe. And then he could too. And we could tell y'all where to go to copy it. We'll figure something out on that. Did I say what's up, True Serum? How are you doing, man? Hey, Greg. And targeted individual says, and how people cannot find the link between all the incidents between civilians and law enforcement where civilians accuse the government of mind control and it ends up bad. Yeah. It should be linked directly. When these government officials start getting hit, everything TI said in the past should be like, oh, they weren't mentally ill, they were talking about something real, right? It should have immediately been that. But since our society is completely corrupt and they're trying to hide this experimentation in every country, they're going to try and create a narrative where, oh, other countries are doing this to our government officials. They're just going to try and keep it honed in on that. So, what I was thinking, the State Department is working with the CIA and the Pentagon investigation, which is a joke. The CIA and Pentagon are just going to try and cover everything up, redact everything. Anybody who's looking into to investigate what's entirely going on with these weapons, the CIA and the Pentagon are going to be gatekeepers on that and say, you can't have that information. That's that's top secret. We can't let that information out. But you can tell everybody this, right? So the Pentagon and the CIA aren't running an investigation. What they're doing is the people in the State Department looking into it. They're making sure that they don't tell people too much. CIA and the Pentagon are just trying to control this. They're not really trying to investigate it. Hey, what's up, Truekism? So did you guys like my last couple of videos? I got everything controversial out of it, and it's still like really important information. I just had to take out a couple of minutes of it. Let's watch the rest of this. I want to connect these things and then with our testimonies and the things that we talk about.
He had to retire early. And for a dedicated CIA officer who spent his entire career fighting terrorists in the Middle East, it has...
Oh, and also I quit vaping. I did quit vaping, but I was stressed out and I got one, but I'm not going to be doing it because I told some people that I quit vaping. I don't want to, disappoint them, but I got really stressed out and I need to vape today. But then I have like this cheap stuff. I have this cheap vaping liquid that I'm going to taper off of vaping. But I got so stressed out I had to vape. Okay, I hope I said hey to you, Truth. How are you guys doing? 3,000, yeah, Charm Exchange, 3,500 subs. Congratulations, Kyle. You are a great TI warrior. And thank you to you guys. Thank you to everybody that subscribes to the channel, that helped me build it. I know 3,500 is kind of a joke, right? You don't celebrate 3,500 subscribers, but I want to take this route with us, that we have a lot of dark stuff to talk about. We go through war every day, and I just kind of, with the 3,500, let's celebrate that. It's like, let's celebrate every little thing that's good. Let me tell you a story before we get started. So, and let me see if I can remember it. There was this monk on a hill one time, and he was praying. The monk was praying, and he was on a hill, and a tiger came up behind him. So he started away from this tiger, but he was on these like cliffs, and the tiger was chasing him, and he slipped off of the cliff, and he hung on the branch. It was a branch to a strawberry tree, and he was hanging on it, and there was about, I don't know, a 7-foot drop. He was like, oh, I can just drop down. There's the tiger up there, and I'm on the strawberry tree branch, and then there's like 7 feet. I could make that drop, but oh no, here comes another tiger down at the bottom. So there's a tiger below him and a tiger above him, and he doesn't really, and this is not me saying we don't have a way out, but it's a good thing to think of. So the monk looks at the strawberry branch. It has lots of fresh strawberries, and he picks one, and he eats the strawberry, and he says, "This is the sweetest strawberry I've ever tasted." And I'm not saying we don't have a way out, but if the moral of that story is we need to celebrate every little thing. Just celebrate getting through. And the celebrating 3,500 subs is kind of like we're just celebrating it. We're celebrating getting to 3,600, right? 3,700. We're celebrating just being here, just being alive. I love that story. I always do that. Like I'll be getting just really wrecked by the targeting, and I'll get like a pizza or something and an energy drink, and I'll be like, and I'll eat the pizza, and I'll be like, oh, the strawberries are sweet. Enjoying things, those little things, a little bit more because of the horrible things that we're going through, right? Hey, Tyler. Tyler says, love you too, Kyle, and all TIs. Thank you, Tyler. Zeta Rex says, the Condor has landed. That's right, Vulcan. Oh, The Condor is... I want to see that, the Night of the Condor. Somebody said that had a lot to do with, like, spies and stuff. Hey, Muguet. Muguet says, aloha, Kyle, and thanks. Okay, so let's get through this video. I just want to show this video, and then you guys, anybody who wants to come on and talk, can do that. It's going to
Hasn't
be
been easy to
kind of like it's going to be kind of like a. I'm going to put the link for StreamYard, but then I'll let one person come on at a time. We'll talk for like 15, 20 minutes, unless nobody else wants to come on. Then we can keep talking or whatever. But then we'll kind of like we'll let other people come in, and we'll see how this works. Yeah. Might not work good, might
accept
work
that
very
an
good.
invisible strike took him out of the game.
I rather would have been shot. This is a silent wound. You know, it's
You would have rather been shot.
absolutely.
Did you hear what he said, guys? This guy who's been in armed combat said he would have rather been shot by a bullet than get hit by these microwave weapons. And what do we go through every day of our lives? Like, this guy's got headaches because Russian intelligence is doing subtle things to him. They're probably doing intense remote neural monitoring and remote neural manipulation with certain techniques that keep him confused as to him still being targeted, right? But the thing there is he would have rather been shot with a bullet. And most of us, right, we are fired on by microwave weapons every single day of our lives. And then electromagnetic bidirectional streams twisting our brains, right? Remote neural manipulation and things like this man who's been in armed combat, I want to emphasize that, says he would rather be shot with a real bullet than to be hit by these weapons for a short amount of time that he was. For that short amount of time in that Moscow hotel. And we go through it decades, years, without it stopping. Like, that's the whole thing about this. Like, our attackers and everything, they hide and they're like, oh, it's not a big deal. We're just like kind of zapping somebody. Zap, I don't want to use that term. But yeah, I mean, basically zapping things into people's heads and, you know, doing whatever, like external microwave hits, but nobody can see it, so it must not be that bad, right? It must not be that bad because it's not like we're shooting somebody with a metal bullet. No, it's way worse. This guy just said it. He was in armed combat. He said he'd rather be shot with a real bullet. I want every non-TI to listen to that, and then you look at us and what we're going through, and you call us complaining, mentally ill crybabies, and that's wrong. That's wrong, because this man who's been in armed combat said he would have rather been shot than get hit with that microwave weapon in the Moscow thing for a short period of time. Then he comes home and he has his head off to him, but being hit with microwave weapons, he would have rather been shot with a real bullet. And then we've got people that are calling us mentally ill and making fun of us and stuff like that, and we go through that every day. What a man said he would have rather been shot with a real bullet 24 hours a day while we're sleeping. And I just want to connect that. I want to connect. That's our big thing. Instinctually, we need to be, because we are targeted individuals. These big things at the UN, the big things there. Like, I am going to call the State Department. I need to call a bunch of people, but I think the best thing to do would be to kind of grind the gears, because you're going to have the Pentagon and the CIA trying to cover things up, right? State Department information on people they're experimenting on in their own country, but we can call the State Department and we can report what is happening to us. Then the State Department's going to have questions for the Pentagon and the CIA, right? It can really gum up the works if we can test to see if there are some honest people left in the State Department, right? There's no honest people in the CIA. That's been decided. We all know that. This guy could even be lying. We don't know because he's CIA. Who's that guy? Robert Davids. Oh, I shouldn't say names. Char says, vaping. Have you tried edibles? I hear they really help you to relax. And 35,000 subs is actually an amazing accomplishment for a TI channel. Thank you, Char. Yeah, I have this, Char. This is some, it's like kratom infused. Oh, but you're talking about nicotine, right? I have like, yeah. I just need to taper off the vaping. The bad thing about it is is that like I'm bored, so I'm being murdered and I'm bored, right? That's the thing. But I have the vape, and like so I'm so bored that I just keep smoking it. It's like my breathing. It's like I'm breathing in vape, and it has propylene glycol. So everybody who does vape and is a targeted individual, look up propylene glycol. It causes inflammation in the muscles. It causes your body to build up lactic acid, and you the muscle. So when I stopped this week vaping, my headaches and a lot of my muscle pain on the side were subsided a little bit. My attackers weren't able to hurt me as much. So you TIs that do vape, we need to look into propylene glycol. You need to kind of be conscious of how bad your headaches are and stuff. And I'm gonna quit. I'm not saying I'm not telling anybody what to do with their life, but I've got to quit because I have a lot of inflammation in my body, and then my attackers can use that inflammation, right? With remote neural manipulation, they can just amp up that pain in whatever muscles or nerves are inflamed and stuff like that. Careful. We all got to be careful. This is it's like a CBD plus kratom, and it's a tincture, and it gives me a lot of energy, and it stops headaches too. Hey MM says, let me read what you said. MM says, was watching a movie till I noticed the live. Glad I made it. Hoping everyone is doing well minus targeting. Yeah, I hope everybody's getting through this, guys. We got big stuff happening, but it seems like we're going to have to jump at it, We're going to have to jump with our claws out and dig ourselves in there, because they're not going to want to talk about us, This Pentagon and the CIA are going to try and hide what's happening to us. Hey, Arella. So Arella says they started hitting me in 2010. For me, the overt stuff was 2011, but I know that they were messing with me. Okay, Char says I'm talking about the cannabis. Yeah, I get the Delta 8 THC. I had some real stuff recently, and it's way better. But I got to be careful with that. Not because I care about this program or whatever, or the legal stuff, but I get really unmotivated. I get really unmotivated even if I'm just smoking the Delta 8 THC. I don't want to do videos or do anything. So I got to be careful with that stuff. MM says, remember the private contractors who attack us all will never want their face to be seen publicly while being exposed for using those weapons of torture. What they did to you, they have done to others. Yeah, in MM, I can't prove this, but my attackers seem like they're pros, and it seems like when I was in that house that burned down, it seems like they switched out the team for some reason, and it seems like I can't prove any of this. It may have been a psyop, but this is what I think happened. In the new team, I think they have killed a couple of people. I don't think they've caused any kind of false flag mass shootings, but I think that they have literally been remote neural monitoring victims while they've committed suicide. Because I've been kind of how you converse in your inner voice and you hear your V2K. I got some hints that they had done this before, and I was kind of have y'all actually made somebody commit suicide or something like that? And could have been a psyop, but kind of the things they were saying, it led me to believe they've done this to the terminal point, right? To where the targeted individual they were experimenting on and torturing did in their life, or something happened. And and what these teams do, this is fact, guys, and it's dark, and I'm sorry, but say I were to die in a car accident. Say I was to get into, okay, this is dark, this will be the end of this, but say I get into a car accident way out in the woods or something like that, or I get into an accident out in the woods, right? Say I get into an accident way out in the woods, away from nobody, just away from everybody, right? And I'm bleeding out, and I have 3 hours to live, but there's nobody around, right? My attackers would remote neural monitor me from afar. They would not call for help for me. or anything like that, and they would remote neural monitor it and experience the whole thing as I died, as I slowly bled out. That's what would happen, right? Because we see the Myron May situation. His attackers were remote neural monitoring him. They knew exactly what he was going to do, yet they didn't stop it. They didn't stop it, and they didn't come out there and tell the police, look, we're experimenting on him, we're remote neural monitoring him, y'all don't shoot him, look, we're going to stop all of this, right? They were remote neural monitoring Myron Mays as he was confronted by all these police officers, and I think he shot himself, right? And they were just remote neural monitoring and watching all that. So y'all see what I'm saying? I don't know why I went off on that. It's pretty dark. We want to kind of, I mean, this stuff is dark. We got to talk about it. And hey, Brittany. Yeah, Brittany says disable your way of communication too, I'm sure. Yeah, they love to do that. They mess with our minds so it's hard to communicate with each other, mess with our computers so it's hard to communicate with each other. Now, this is a thing that my attackers are doing. I'll have my phone charged up. It's like completely turned off. Then I'll wake up in the morning, I'll turn my phone on, it has 100% battery. I'm about to check my messages or go to YouTube or whatever. The phone will turn off automatically, and then it'll come back on at 10% battery power. And then it'll turn off automatically. So it's with their integrated weapon systems, they have a clone of everything, like a digital clone of my phone, right, on their systems, and they can switch that digital clone of my cell phone out with whatever I have. They can just switch it out. And there's this thing, like on my phone, it'll fill up, you know how it says how much space you have left on your phone? Well, there's like most of it is this gray unknown, right? And I can't get it off my phone. So that's why you guys probably haven't seen a lot of with the dogs or anything off my phone, because I don't have any space to make videos on it. They've done something where they're taking up the space on my phone to switch it out with a whole nother system that's the same exact thing, but I think they can manipulate it better. And it's just manipulating the whole thing. It's really weird. Yeah, Brittany, I hear you on that. Brittany says, yep, it's so exhausting, Kyle. It's satanically exhausting. It's satanically exhausting. They have to do something all the time to let you know that they're there. If you're not paying attention to them, they got to poke you with something they're messing up with your electronics or putting something in your head or something like that. Every second they have to have some kind of stimuli, right? And Brian talks about this, some kind of stimuli to keep your attention off of their stimuli, because that's what works with the hyper game theory. It's really important stuff. They work on a non-cooperative gaming theorem. Brian seems to think you can beat it. You can choose not to play the game. I agree with that to a certain extent, but I've experienced so many things that my attackers were not in control of, like me just going to the bathroom, me talking to my family, random events that they will still use. They'll still remote neural manipulate me, give me negative feelings, then use the whole situation as a remote neural manipulation thing. So it's like, even though I do random and chaotic things, I feel like they still kind of use that. I don't know. We got to talk about that stuff more. I think Brian's right about a lot of things he says. So let's watch the rest of this, then we'll start getting some people on, and we'll chill tonight.
Absolutely.
Why?
Thing that I could have shown people. I had a really hard time initially at the agency because people didn't necessarily, the senior medical staff didn't necessarily believe me.
Paula Meropoulos had to fight to get expert health care. Just this month.
Can you imagine that? There's a CIA agent. He's going to these heads of the fucking, the heads of the Walter Reed Hospital probably, telling them about this, and they think that he's lying. And he's a CIA agent he's like, I got hit by something in Russia. And they're still about to call him crazy, right? The compartmentalization needs to go away. The siloing, the silos need to break, and everybody in government, everybody, the good, the bad, the ugly, need to know that this is happening, right? We're kind of there, people, but But see, people are so scared nowadays that unless they have something in front of their face, the evidence of it, they may hear whispers of it, rumors of it, things like that, but they're not going to act on anything like that.
He finished specialized treatment at Walter Reed Medical Center more than 3 years after that traumatic night in Moscow.
When they provided me the piece of paper with the diagnosis that said I had a traumatic brain injury.
3 years that night, right? See, this is the problem. This is the problem. The misunderstanding and the purposeful misunderstanding of this technology, the Pentagon and the CIA covering up remote neural monitoring, remote neural manipulation. These frequencies affect the brain and hook into somebody. So this guy, they're saying that the narrative, right? He had one horrible night in a Moscow hotel. 3 years. 3 years Russian intelligence has been hooked into this man's head, watching him go to Walter Reed Hospital, watching him talk to CIA, seeing how they deal with this. Seeing how all these departments deal with somebody who's being hit with this, right? Seeing the protocols that they use to check out this man. Russian in these medical experts, that they probably wouldn't say as much if they knew that Russia was looking through this man's eyes with remote neural monitoring, right? So that's the importance of everybody knowing the extent of what these technologies can do, because we're working on this they're working on this level. Like most of the lower down governmental workers are like, well, the ring in the ears and this is a weapon hitting me, but they don't even, it's like, oh well, no, remote neural monitor, they can't send frequencies back and forth to actually read my thoughts out or anything like that. And then they're dealing with it like that, and it's going to cause more trouble, right? It's a mess. This is a mess. I mean, that's obvious. It's an obvious mess.
I had tears in my eyes.
Some 40 U.S. government officials have experienced symptoms similar to his. In 2017, the U.S. Embassy in Cuba slashed its staff because the attacks were so pervasive. A newly declassified State Department report points to systemic disorganization when the department began handling this crisis during the Trump administration. New Hampshire Senator Jeanne Shaheen has been fighting to get the victims medical assistance and answers about who did this.
If we don't hold those responsible accountable, then we can be sure it's going to continue to happen. And
that's very wise. That's Senator Jeanne Shaheen, right? Democrat, Foreign Relations Committee. If we don't hold those responsible, then it's going to keep happening, right? So I mean, that's why the experimentation in every country has kept going on, because people are quiet about it and they're scared of it and they don't want to talk about it. And then people keep dying. People keep dying, and worse, people keep being tortured every day. It's worse. It's less merciful than Ted Bundy. I say that matter-of-factly, without any kind of dramatic appeal or whatever. This is less merciful than what Ted Bundy did during his life, what these people are doing to us. And I think we all agree on that. Somebody does.
That's a national security risk to the United States and to our personnel.
According to U.S. intelligence documents obtained by CNN, Russia has been developing this microwave attack capability for decades. Today, Bill Burns, President Biden's nominee to lead the CIA,
you see how they, I don't think, well, I guess you can't see how dangerous this is, but we've got to know how dangerous this is. These people, they're working without these weapons are capable of, that the United States is using it on its own citizens. They're working without any of that knowledge. Can they really get anything done? You know what I'm saying? And it's actually more dangerous because they're going to get all these government workers. They're going to, who knows, talk to all these siloed parts of classified organizations, right, that don't know about the remote neural monitoring capabilities. And these people are going to be in Russia to their heads looking at everything they're looking at. I mean, amazing what lack of knowledge can do.
In Congress,
I will have no higher priority than taking care of people, of colleagues and their families. I will make it an extraordinarily high priority to get to the bottom of who's responsible for the attacks.
Homeropoulos created a Superman mask in art therapy, thrusting a dagger through Superman's skull to represent the headaches which have changed him. The CIA agency seal cracked. His family was emotional when he showed them his project.
My son and my daughter both said to me, Dad, you're still my Superman.
Before the attack happened, how would you describe your relationship
He's
with
still
the agency?
being attacked. See, the whole thing is wrong because he's being attacked. He still has a bidirectional stream going to his brain. Looking at that lady, Russian intelligence is getting like basically surveillance of this interview right now. I mean, it's this attack that happened in one night. Everybody's lacking knowledge on this, and it's dangerous to everybody. It's the only people that it's good for, the satanic cretins that want to keep torturing men, women, and children, collecting data and mapping brains.
One or two
Hiding
words.
it is
It's a
only
love
good
affair.
for them.
And after?
A divorce.
A divorce.
With perhaps some reconciliation in the future, I would hope.
Now, Jake, I have just learned from a U.S. official that the CIA has set up its first ever task force in recent months to handle these suspected microwave attacks. And the official explains to me that they are going to use the breadth of resources at the CIA. And this process is going to ensure that there is a team and process in place to address any future incidents.
I'd like to say this. When has that the CIA has come in to investigate anything? If there's anything like this, there's always a Senate investigative committee. There's always some government interaction with these things. Why does the CIA, the most secretive and satanic organization in the world, why are they in charge of this? And I mean, we all know, right, to hide it. But when has there ever been a problem like this or anything? Well, there's never been a problem like this. But when has there ever been anything where the CIA has stepped in and said, we're leading this investigation? There hasn't been any. There's always Senate investigations. There's always government committees or anything like that. But with this, the CIA and the Pentagon have to handle it because they want to keep hidden all the millions and millions of citizens around the world who are being experimented on. I mean, this is just out in the open in crime, right? We all know that. So y'all think that? Brittany says it's only going to get worse, in my opinion. Yeah, I kind of believe that. No, Charles says, so do you think it's all Russia? No, definitely not. No. This guy, this CIA agent, he's being hit by Russia because they hit him in a Moscow hotel. He comes back to America. He's still having headaches. So I'm looking at this evidence of what's going on with him. Unless, this is a theory, I'm pretty sure Russia's still hooked into that guy. Now us, American citizens, we're being experimented on by America, by American contractors. If you live in New Zealand, the UK, Australia, you're being hit by contractors and organizations in your country. But this, I could say another theory, but I don't think this is true, is that maybe he got hit in Russia and then he came back to America and then American contractors of the CIA started doing remote neural monitoring to him to see what he knew about this, right? I don't think that's true. I think Russia's still hooked into him, but Russia's not doing it to us. What we're looking at with this guy, we're looking at operational use of integrated neuroweapon systems. With us, it's experimental. It could flow into operational, right? Like I say, with my circumstance, they're experimenting and torturing me, right? But then I'm doing videos trying to get this information out, and then they hit me to try and stop me from doing that. So it's kind of like experimental on a citizen, torture and everything, mapping the brain, but then they've got to stop me from talking about it, so that's kind of operational, right? So it's like half experimental, half operational. Now with this guy got hit in Russia, it would be operational from Russian intelligence, wanting to know what he was doing there. And who knows, he's a CIA agent in Russia, not letting Russia know that he's a CIA agent. It goes to show, Like, this is weird because you got the Cuban embassy workers, right? And they hit all the Cuban embassy workers that were secretly CIA. Cuban intelligence did that. So how can they scan everybody? Like, it seems like they had to scan a lot of people's brains and look in a lot of people's brains to know, to know who's who's here for the CIA, right? So that's pretty scary because it seems like they can scan a lot of people's brains to know who's who. The Wise Ninja, I like that. The Wise Ninja says, I'm not crazy. I'm crazy, but it's artificial. I'm not a crazy person. I don't have crazy mentally ill genetics in my family, but due to the torture and everything, it's like I'm never gonna make any bad choices or anything. But my brain's pretty messed up. I feel like I have Alzheimer's sometimes, and and then my attackers are always doing this artificial insanity. But we fight through it. Yeah. Truth is criminal. It's so sad. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, Charles, in this circumstance with this guy, I think it was Russian intelligence. I think what they're doing. This is just my thoughts on it, and I think I'm right. They're doing this as a message to America, right? Saying you send in their ambassadors or saying they're this or that, we're going to send them on home to you. We're going to know who they are because of this technology. We're going to hit them, and then maybe we'll even stay connected to them once they go home, right? And I would guarantee you that the United States is doing the same thing to like embassy workers and things like that who say they're embassy workers but are actually working for intelligence agencies like in China and Russia and stuff. They have the ability to find these people, to scan many different people's brains, and to know who's like working for an intelligence organization. I think that's the main thing that's happening with all these bigger countries and these governmental workers being hit. They're not just like, oh, we're going to hit a bunch of embassy workers, right? They're like, we're going to send a message to the United States that we know these embassy workers were CIA, right? I think that's what they're doing. Now, you don't hear, probably in other countries, there's news reports of embassy workers who are really intelligence workers for China and Russia, right, coming to the United States and the same thing happening to them. They're getting hit and then they're getting sent home. And the U.S. is probably still hooked into them. So I think that's the main thing that we have going on now is these countries saying, haha, found your secret agents, we're sending them home and we're going to stay hooked to them. It's this whatever the spy war or the Cold War with directed energy weapons is now taking the form of, haha, we found your agents, we're going to stay hooked into them, we're going to keep attacking them, and shoo, they're going home, right? While these same countries are experimenting on many people inside of their countries with these technologies. The scary thing is that they can easily find these people, because that means scanning a brain. That means scanning like what these people are thinking, and they can find out if they're a CIA agent like this. Seems like they can scan a bunch of brains at once. Gristle Von Raven says, I have a question. All the voices have a mid-Atlantic coast accent, North Carolina, Delaware accent. I'm from the deep south, Arkansas. What accent are y'all's? Mine are just like the guy voice on my Chatterbox and V2K is like a military guy. I'm sure he's a guy like me. He's kind of a nerdy guy who sits behind a computer. He's probably in the military, but his specialty is like electronic warfare or whatever. Maybe he does have some like, I don't think so. I think electronic warfare is a specialty probably, or these men that are in there. But the Chatterbox voice is like a military, like, we gotta get him, right? They've modified the voice to be a more authoritative, deep voice. because they know that that's going to kind of like, it doesn't anymore, but at first it was kind of scary because they wanted to make it sound like a man who's like really military and authoritative, and it doesn't really have an accent. It's just like I'll give you an example. It's like you're retarded, like you're retarded, get out of here, stuff like that. But it's modified to sound like a deep voice, right? It's not the dude's voice, or the men's voice who come on there. And then the woman's voice is just a regular woman's voice, no accents from IV2K. Actually, they can like use voice modification to do accents too, you know. Okay, let's finish this out. This is really good information.
We should also
though.
note that the CIA spokesperson, Timothy Barrett, said the agency's top priority has been and continues to be the well-being of their folks who are out in their field, of the intelligence officers. But this is something that we are going to stay on because this truly needs to be a whole of government approach if the process is going to work here and if those who are hit are going to get what they need.
It won't be a whole of government approach. That's her not understanding the situation. That's why the CIA is in there, and the Pentagon is in there trying to handle this, because they want to cover it up. And I think the best thing we can probably do is get in there with the State Department. Not like, we need to call the State Department, put in our testimonies, talk. I'm sure a lot of targeted individuals have already called the State Department, but especially at this time, because the CIA and the Pentagon already know the State Department's probably siloed, so it has a compartment in it that knows that this is happening and is trying to cover it up, probably. But then there's people within the State Department that are, don't know about this stuff, and so I think that may be a good idea, like calling the State Department. I kind of wanted to call the State Department and talk to somebody about this, and then put it up on a video, right, to show just how I talk to them. Because I feel like sometimes I can talk to like doctors and stuff like that and explain this pretty good. Yeah, Charles Hall says they sound kind of like part man bear pig. The man bear pig. The man bear pig. Really? Charles Hall says mine sound like a bunch of inbreeds. Mine try to do try to sound like an authoritative like military guy who's like just certain of what he's doing, and I'm the bad guy. What have they been saying lately? The woman's like, I can't do this anymore. This is sick. It's going on too long. This is getting way more than. And then the guy will be like, they're hitting my brain when I'm trying to say what he's saying. He'll say he's a bad guy. He's a bad guy, right? He knows that I'm not a bad guy. Like, he knows. They know that I'm trying to help you guys. I'm trying to help my family. That they know that. But it's like a too big to fail. This is already happening. No turning back, right? So and it's like nobody deserves to be targeted, right? But it's like they don't have anything in place. If they pick somebody who's like a really good person, it's too late. The program's already set in, and it doesn't matter. They got to make that person look like the worst person in the world, no matter what, and that's the deal. And that's the deal for all of us, I think, is that we're good people, but they just got to make us look as bad, and they got to say it, and they got to convince themselves. The problem with my attackers is they can't convince themselves that I'm bad. So they're trying to create this reality or whatever. Really? The Wise Ninja, my V2K comes from North Carolina? Does y'all's V2K have accents? I know that Gristle's does. Mine don't. They don't have accents. I feel like they kind of... Yeah, Truth is Criminal said they can mimic any voice, and I feel mine have done many voices. At one time, for many years, it was my neighbor and his wife's voice, and it really was their voice because I talked to them, and it really was voice modification of their voices. And the guy was kind of Southern. Yeah, my neighbor was Southern, and they had a little bit of a Southern accent, and the wife had a little bit of a Southern accent too. But when they changed it when I moved here, it was just a woman, and it's been, since I've been in the other condo and then moved to this one, it's been the same voices. And the guy, I know he has a voice like mine. He likes comic books. They matched people up that have kind of the same interests as me. Like they're contractors and they do this, but it's a guy who likes movies and superheroes and stuff like that. Go figure. How could you ever do this if you like superhero movies and comic books? But he knows a lot. Like I was playing my Assassin's Creed video game, right? And he's played it before. Like one of the guys has played it before because he kept telling me where to go in the game. Like there were parts where I was like, what do I do next? Like I didn't know what to do next, and then it would just pop in my head, oh, you do this, and I'd never done it before. So this dude on the so I do have human operators, lots of chatterbox, but this dude on there was telling me what to do next in the game. So he had played this game. I just watched the new Justice League movie, the Zack Snyder cut. It's like 4 hours long. Great movie. It's like a whole different movie. But the dude was like telling me what would happen, what was going to happen, and he was saying he didn't like it when he saw it. And he didn't like this, like he didn't like the Flash suit and stuff like that. So he had watched the Justice League movie before me. So the people that they put on me, they seemed, or maybe they check out this stuff that I like since they are my attackers. And then a lot of it's artificial intelligence, right? It mixes in, so I'm not sure where one ends and one begins, but I do know I have human operators and the AI working on me, you know. Yeah, I'd never do that with my attackers, Wise Ninja. Wise Ninja says, we talked back and forth all day. Took me 7 years to figure it out. They tried to get me to believe it was Colorado, but it was Carolina. I don't see how your attackers just sit there and talk. Because my attackers are just killing me so hardcore. And then, well, it's different. They're usually not saying a bunch of different stuff, you know. Box going, and then they'll insert little things like "get out of here" or "you're a bad guy" is one that they like. Trying to use "you're a bad guy," and I don't know why. It's just nothing really works in the accusatory thing because I know who I am, so it doesn't really work. Okay, guys, so I wanted to show that, and now if anybody, I'm going to go ahead and just put the link, the invite to this, and we're going to see how this goes. Anybody can come on. What I'm going to do, if a bunch of y'all like come into the queue, I'm just going to take the first person, and then the next person can stay in the queue if they want. But I'll remember that. So if you want to come in next in line in the queue, but you don't want to wait in the queue, like for StreamYard, then you can just go back in the chat, and then I'll remember who it was, and then you can come in next. Does that sound good? I don't know. We'll try this. Maybe nobody wants to come on. I don't know. But just anything. You can just talk about anything. We're just hanging out. It's 10 o'clock on Friday night. If y'all want me to, like, if nobody wants to come on right now, if y'all have anything, like links you want me to pull up, a topic that y'all want me to talk about, or anything like that, you know, we can do that too. Grisselbon Rabin says, Carolina seems to be where one of the bases are, not joking, but I'm sure they are mobile. Also, have you all noticed they have 6-hour shifts? It seems like I have 2 shifts on mine, but mine's been going on so long, right? So for yours, you might have 6-hour shifts. With mine, I used to have, it seemed like I had 3 shifts for the day. It would be 3 8-hour shifts, but now it seems like there's a daytime and a nighttime where they switch off. So, but I'm like at 10 years of over targeting, so they've switched up my stuff a little bit. Hey, Joe. I'm trying to get you off of mute.
How are you doing, man? I'm targeted individual, the ones that writes to you on the chat. How are you doing?
Hey, pretty good, Joe. How are you doing, man? How are you getting through all of this? You there, Joe?
Yeah.
How long you been targeted for, man?
Man, I guess like 10 years. Yeah, 10 years.
Really?
10 years. Yeah, since 2011 or 2012, I have been targeted. You know, it's pretty rough, man.
Yeah, it's really, really rough.
Yeah, well, I'm originally from Egypt, right? and I traveled since I was like 18, 19. And I traveled to this country in Europe. I wouldn't like say its name because it will cause me a lot of troubles, man.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. You don't have to say where you are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I traveled to this country, and then everything starts from there. Just once I'm there, it's everything starts. You know. So it kept going on and on and on, and then you know, it's pretty bad, man. And well, at least they allowed me to finish my degree, and then you know the targeting got over. Then they started to target me, everything. Like they target me, targeting my family, everybody that I know, like friends. Just like you know, I have no friends. I have like absolutely nothing. Man. Money is just you know, they just trying to just you know deprive us from our rights, basically.
So what do you do to get through it? Like, are you working on anything? Are you seeing like any of the stuff that's going on at the UN or anything as being hopeful? Like, how are you getting through this?
Well, hopefully, like honestly speaking, hopefully I'm just planning to just like travel to Russia, you know. So just I'm thinking that well it might help, you know, at least with the stalking part, since I'm being stalked by the law enforcement, you know. So I'm thinking, yeah, well, maybe that might help me, but I don't know. But that's the only hope that I have. And of course, like, I don't pray a lot, but I have a little faith, you know. So I hope that maybe God will help me out with this, you know.
Yeah, man. The way that I look at it is, I don't blame God for all this evil. This is the free choice of men, and it's created such horrible 24-hour day tyranny and murder for our existence. But then I pray to God and I have faith in God, and then good things happen within that, right? What these evil men have caused. So that's kind of the way that I look at it, and good things have happened. But it's really terrible all the time, you know. So it does, yeah.
It is, and I'm just like, you know, there's a lot of questions in this. Like, I mean, why, man? Like, I mean, you know, most of the targeted individuals, if you talk to like every one of them, they're just like, you know, down to earth people, like, you know, not
criminals.
You know what I'm saying? Well, most of them never been to jail or just have a trouble with the law enforcement, you know. I mean,
I think they do that on purpose. I think they find people who, you know, they don't think are going to be violent or act out. You know what I think about it. I think it's experimentation. I think that's the biggest part of it. But then I think they're trying to feed money to DHS fusion centers and InfraGard, like these watchdog programs or whatever, these gang stalker programs, and they need meat. They need meat to throw to it, right? And so they're doing experimentation on us. Then they're saying to DHS fusion centers, these people need to be watched, and they're doing all this stuff. And then so that the gang stalking goes into the experimentation part too. And so many people are being lied about, like why it's happening, why we're being surveilled or gang stalked or anything like that, you know.
Yeah, well, but they pay a lot of money for this, you know. They really pay. Yeah. Like, I have traveled to over 9 countries now, and I'm still having the same thing in every single country. You know.
Is it the same exactly? Was there a place that you went where?
Well, maybe, you know, in some countries it was even worse. You know, so it's like when it started, it was horrible, and then I started to travel, and then I started to get the same thing, and in some other countries they started to assault me since I made a YouTube channel, and then I started to talk about it. Then there's like, you know, there were physical assaults, there were, you know, threats with like deadly weapons, there was like law enforcement all the time just surround me, all of that, you know. So it was like horrible in every country that I've traveled to. Yeah, it was really horrible.
Can you say the country where it was like way worse? Would you mind?
Yeah, well, Dubai is like really bad. Like,
really?
Extremely bad. Like it was horrible experience. I think Dubai was the worst, to be honest. I have been to Mauritius, which is like a little island in Africa. I thought, just like simple thought that if I just travel far away from them, they would just leave me alone. So I just traveled to this island, and then they just targeted me there, and it was horrible, but at the same time the place was nice. It was like beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
So it was kind of it was horrible, but not the same as Dubai.
So it kind of balanced out the nice environment, the beaches and everything.
Yeah.
Did you have a lot of gang stalking? Was it like the weapons were really bad? The gang stalking was also bad there?
Well, the gang stalk, I got like physically assaulted twice.
Okay.
In Mauritius.
But why the physical assaults from the gang stalking? Did you think about reporting those?
Like the first time I went to the police and I reported. A normal human being, just like go to the police and report, and I didn't mention gang stalking, to be honest, which it was, I don't know if it was a mistake or if it was like the right thing to do, because I was stressed out. Maybe if I say that, they'll just like throw me in a mental institution or something.
Yeah.
So I didn't say that. So I just went to the police. I told them, hey, I got assaulted. And the police just like inside the police station, they were stalking, even by the police. So they were just stalking me. Then I thought, well, there's no point even to go to police, since, well, if I go to the same person or the same people that's supposed to protect me.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, I was like I worked for this it called Dream Day Foundation. It made money for St. Jude. The chief of the city police was on the board, right? The chief of the city police, the nicest man I've ever known, and he gang stalked. He would rub his nose and cough and do all these gang stalking things at board meetings, like at board meetings. Like in my mom, I was working for my mom. She was the head of Dream Day Foundation. The chief of the city police, who was like working with us, like was gang stalking me during board meetings. Like he knew that I had a job, that I was working for my mom, like probably knew all, and he was still gang stalking me.
Yeah,
it was unbelievable.
Yeah. You see, but I mean, like when you go to the law enforcement and you just tell them that you have this issue and this issue, it seems like those who organize this stuff, they know what, like, if this is your next move, then they will be prepared for it. Then they will just show you that, hey, we will just victimize you. Even if we are the police, we'll victimize you.
Yeah.
And then you don't know who you should trust anymore. Even the police.
Yeah.
That's
the hardest part. Like, I didn't go to a dentist for so long because I didn't trust what they were doing, or if they were putting in implants, and I had this huge infection in my jaw, right? So it becomes dangerous when we don't know who to get help from.
Exactly.
We don't know who to trust.
Yeah. It's just like how you trust like people who you thought they're supposed to be helping you, now they are your enemies. So how are you supposed to trust them? How do you just let them just have access to your body, to just your health in general? It's just a scary feeling, to be honest, man. It's really, really scary.
Yeah, you never feel safe. Like, I never feel safe.
I think that's the point of the whole stalking part.
Yeah, exactly.
That you will never feel safe of anything, or like it's to further isolate you and just degrade you while you are being isolated, and all the hurtful stuff that you could be doing to a human being, they just do it to you.
Yeah. It seems. Well, I was just going to say, it seems to me like it's just all going out right. It's all going on right out in the open. It's this open secret. Like, it's so weird. It's like this should have been fixed by now. Citizens should not be gang stalking. They should know what's happening to us. And it's just this like open sacrifice, of us.
Man, let me surprise you for just 1 second. I have been to church, to some certain churches actually. So just go and pray there. I have been stuck in there by not just the people in the church. I had the police inside of the church provoking me but not even this and that. It was the pastor as well. He just got involved. You know what I'm saying? You know how like
Yeah, I know.
you're
Yeah,
just
and
like,
I've
what
heard
the
about
fuck is
that. Yeah, I've heard about that from other TIs. So it's scary. It's scary that it's not even a surprise. You know, that's scary
Well,
because it's
that was the highest level that I ever experienced. To be honest, like a pastor in the church, it was like what's going on? You know?
yeah, it's like pod people. It's like the invasion of the pod people. You know,
Yeah, and
but
huh?
they're recruiting church leaders and saying, well, you got to protect your community, and we
Mm,
have these community watch programs and stuff like that. And so these pastors are like, okay, well, yeah, we're protecting the community from bad people that have done bad things, and they have no idea about the microwaves or anything. But the gang stalk somebody that you don't even know, and you haven't even checked out, just based on an authority saying we've got to do this to this person, for churches to be doing
mm.
biggest hypocrisy from them ever. You know.
But again, like, what should we do? Like,
Hmm.
I mean, I mean, like, it has to be a solution for this, man. Like,
Well,
I mean, it's
what
just
I see, you know, I'm sorry. Go ahead, man.
no, I just continue. I wasn't just. It was like it's a mixture of just trying to just like get out of this horrible situation, and just my mind always like trying to look for a solution for a problem that is, it's just difficult.
Yeah, yeah, it's just this big, it's like this, even if we have a solution, the whole system wants to keep making money off of us and keeping these DHS fusion centers. So even if we have the best evidence and best solution, they're going to try their hardest to cover everything up and just go national security. That's why, you know, I'm sure you've seen some of my other videos. I'm like, we got to be pushing on this UN thing and pushing on the State Department things. I feel like these big things that are happening can get more of the public who's not being targeted aware of this huge problem, and then we can get more ideas, you know, about how to
Yeah, but
bring this down. You
yeah,
know,
well,
I don't
but
know.
you need to reach like a lot of people, like not you. I mean, like not you as Kyla, but I mean, like every target
Yeah,
will need to reach like to enormous amounts of people to just like everybody knows that. And I don't know, but are we just looking for people for the community to not help the police in what they are doing, or just are we looking for people to just support our cause, like to just like tell the police to stop, or
well,
a
see
lot
what
of
I'm
things.
think. This is what I'm thinking. And I'm sorry. What's your name? Just your first name?
Yusuf, you
Yusuf.
just, yeah,
Th-
you can just call me Yusuf.
okay, Yusuf. This is what I was thinking. About like was it would be like people like Niels Melzer and people around him in the UN that find out about this, people in the State Department, Senator Jeanne Shaheen, like is in we had Tom Cotton, we had Senator Tom Cotton, Senator Marco Rubio, and another senator who did the Senate Intelligence Committee on the Cuban embassy attacks. And so the type of people that I'm thinking of are like politicians who don't know about this but are still like, you know, they're not completely corrupt, or people in the State Department. And then it starts to be like an uncompartmentalized things, and then it's like I don't even know what would happen or how it would come out, but it would cause this kind of friction where things could happen, you know, because like I'm hearing what you're saying. It's like so many people have to know about this before they would have to fix it, right? Before they would have to stop it, you
Yeah,
know.
yeah, and you have the media's controlled so that you cannot even like have that on the public news unless it's like really big, such as like the Havana, or I don't know, the American diplomats, or the if it's not that big, it won't reach. I don't know. I just looking at the situation, for like the bigger picture. I don't know, man. I hope that's really, really something that will happen soon, that will fix the whole situation, not just for me, but for everyone, because I'm not the only one who suffers, actually. Like,
Yeah.
there's way too many people, and you know that since you come in contact with other people.
Yeah, Yusuf,
There,
I think there's millions and
there
millions.
is many people, man. Even I'm one of the people who from this country who just can speak English. So there's other target individuals who just cannot speak English and they cannot explain, like they cannot express themselves. They cannot just go to authorities like the United Nations to just like tell them that, hey, we do have a trouble.
Right.
So,
But like in wherever you are, there's no like, nobody does videos or conference calls or support
there is,
groups.
but it's like really limited.
Right.
It's
Right.
really limited because like the level of the of this, like this like very very advanced thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they target people that, like, if I'm like, let's say I'm from Egypt, so in my community it will be people that their education level is not that high. They don't target people, like, at least in there, people that they cannot just reach out to somebody to help them. You know what I'm saying? So it's
Right.
more like,
Okay.
yeah. So it's there is way too many people that you just don't hear about because they cannot speak the language, basically, and they can't express themselves.
Yeah. Yeah. I
So
think that, and then it's like, even if like I'm pretty good at expressing like what's happening, but it's like my attackers punish me so much harder just for making a YouTube channel. So I think we're all when targeted individuals do speak out, they're punished really bad. So it's like, oh my God, my torture wouldn't be as bad if I just don't talk about this. So we're
well, that's
facing like a bunch
but
of things.
but that's true though.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You
Oh
know
yeah, yeah. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm
that's
saying.
yeah, well, that's true,
Yeah,
because
I'm not.
once
I'm
you
not.
tell,
I'm not like saying like target individuals are thinking that they're going to get hurt more, and like, yeah, you do. You get tortured way worse when you do speak out.
yeah. Yeah,
So.
I'm
Hmm.
just making. I'm talking to you now, and I'm thinking, okay, well, it's gonna be, it's gonna be a bad night for me.
Yeah.
Really, yeah.
Well,
But
I'm. Thank you for coming on. And
thanks,
Yusuf,
man.
I'm gonna move on to the next person, but
Okay.
you hang out, and like, if we can come back around if you want to talk some more later,
Okay. Well,
or
thanks for
another
the
one of these.
opportunity, man. Thank
Hey,
you.
thanks for coming, man. Hey,
Thanks,
just be
man. Thank you.
strong. We're gonna
Yeah,
keep
you
trying
too, man.
stuff.
You
All
too.
right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Yusuf.
Bye.
Okay. All right. So now we're gonna go to Karen. Karen, it says your devices aren't connected. Wait, there you are. Okay. Wait. Okay. Karen, can you come back in? On now. But Karen, it said her devices weren't connected. Karen, can you come back in a second after I talk to John, and I'll get you on? Hey, John.
Hello? Do you hear me,
Hey.
sir?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, cool, man. Thank you very much for having me on, man.
No, it's
I
great to
appreciate I
have you. How
appreciate
are
your
you doing?
show. Pretty good. I got off a little work a little bit early tonight, and I appreciate your show, man. I've been targeted probably since 2005. I just realized I was targeted probably about 2014. Um, with
Really?
with my case, it seems to be a lot of brain computer interfacing, a lot of emotional fluctuation, stuff like that, man. It's really scary
Yeah.
stuff, and it's like shouting underwater. No one's there to help you. You're ostracized. You're looked at like a, I have a lot of tattoos. I'm kind of I was an atheist. I've actually gotten closer to God through the targeting, but
That's
it's
great.
really scary stuff, man.
Yeah, and it's like the only real connection that I find is like having this channel and then talking to other targeted individuals about this. Like, even though I still go and hang out with my family, I still feel alone. Like, from that, I feel like I'm living in a different reality, and then I come back to my condo and I'm just like, man, I have like nobody. But then it's like this, talking to other targeted individuals, that's the only place where it's like I feel like, okay, we we're together in this. But even, this is the sad thing about that, is that even in that we're still like, we do have like infiltration and things like that. So it's like, oh, I don't feel entirely safe with that kind of stuff. So it's like we can never find like a group or be with somebody where it's like we feel completely safe. And okay, I've got friends and stuff like that. There's always a question in my head.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying? Not with you. I'm not saying with you.
No,
I'm just saying,
I
in
understand.
general.
I
Yeah.
understand. I try not to worry about too much influence. I have it hard enough that I find light in you, in this community, no matter what. Like, there might be some tomfoolery going on, but pound for pound, you guys really, especially you, man, you really help me. Even though like I don't always agree with everything that I try not to throw the baby out with the bathwater. Like I
So,
really
yeah.
appreciate what you do, man.
Hey, thank you, John. I appreciate that, man. I go through some crap doing it, but this is the path that God put me on.
Yes.
Target it. We're gonna do something about this. And it makes it easier. Like when we're looking for solutions and we're getting together, even though there are uphill battles with some of that stuff, it's so much better, than facing it alone.
Do you feel like this really will come out in our lifetime?
I do. I really do. I
Wow.
really do. Because the reason I think that is because we see all these consumer products, right? And then they're beefing up the smart grids, and they want people to be using these technologies for convenience. So like I'm 40 years old right now. I'll
Me
probably
too.
die. Yeah, like I mean, I'll probably die when I'm 70 or 80 or something like that. And I think in the next couple of years, there's going to be huge changes with this. You know, I don't see how it can keep going the same way. But also, I'll also admit this, right? Because I don't know everything, obviously. I don't know how it's going to play out. Like, I don't know how it's going to roll out that this comes out, right? It could be in pieces, in parts, like people know that it's happening, but somebody else gets blamed for it. Like, oh, American citizens are being hit, it must be Russia or China. And then
Yeah.
that'll go on for like many years, but still we can still get medical help, and we won't be ostracized. But it won't fully be known what happened and why they were doing this until like way down the road. You see what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah.
I hope that's not true. I hope that it can just come out and everybody knows it was experimentation and knows that it was our own countries experimenting on us. But I think it's going to be this, people know that it happened, but the whole story about why it happened and who did it is going to be complete false narrative. You know?
Yeah. I've noticed the medical tyranny is absolutely frightening. I have an autoimmune infection that no doctor will recognize. It seems that they're sabotaging the medical results because I do my own little experiments looking at my urine, looking at my saliva, and I can see it with just a basic understanding of biology. Something's wrong. But every doctor is just like, nope, this looks good, everything looks good. It's just it's frightening. Now,
Yeah.
a question with I don't want to endanger your channel, but I feel as though this COVID vaccine is a backdoor to get every man and woman and child even hooked up to this grid with these. It's based off of this nanotech smart gel type of stuff.
Mhm.
How do you feel about that? Are you even comfortable talking about it?
Yeah, we can talk about, let's say jab. Let's just say jab so we don't
Okay.
say the V word too much. But
I
yeah,
understand.
like I believe it's something additional, and it's even like changing the way that RNA functions to change DNA in people. And I
Yep.
think that's maybe for like 7G, which is already being used on us, but it's like they're getting people ready for additions to the weapons grid, right? That's kind of how I see that. But it's all like you said. It's all like this preparing for more transhumanism. But how I see it is they don't even need the jab or hydrogels or any kind of new liquids to go past the blood-brain barrier to really to target everybody. but it makes it easier. You see,
Yes.
it's like these extra redundant systems. So they're like, okay, it's easier to scan people. It's easier to pick somebody out. It's easier to scan individual brains with these certain things that they're doing to people. I completely agree. I think the jab does have something to do with this, with targeting people in a certain way. Oh yeah.
Yeah. I believe I was targeted. I think in early 2000s. I'm kind of like a metalhead, Rage Against the Machine kind of guy.
Hey,
And
John, one
sure.
sec. I'm sorry. I'm very,
No
very
problem.
sorry
No
to
problem.
interrupt.
No problem, man.
Can I just, Karen, if you can hear me, it says that your devices aren't connected, so you might not have a webcam or audio or a way to speak, so I can hear you. So you got to hook a webcam or a microphone up so you can talk, and then I can get you on. Okay, go ahead, John. I'm sorry about that, man.
What I was saying is, I'm kind of like a little bit of a hometown rebel here in Indiana. I mean, I'm nonviolent, all that kind of stuff. But I Googled some things I probably shouldn't have, and boy, soon after that, I got. I was actually listening when I feel like what happened to me. I was listening to. I don't want to blame this guy, and I'm not trying to name drop. I was listening to Alex Jones, and he had an episode on in like 2009. It was like, I want you to Google the worst thing you could possibly do. You know what I mean? And I said something rude about the alphabet agencies in this Google thing, and boy, after that, I was lit up.
Oh man,
I
yeah,
mean, and what's interesting though is, I used to think like all that rebellious stuff was cute. Now I kind of do look at it in a different light, where it's like, it's. I'm just hungry to be like Wally and the Beef, my three. I just want to be like
yeah.
a normal person. I've never craved normalcy more in my life, but I'm a tough guy, and I'm nonviolent, and then I'm almost so rebellious that I refuse to act out because I know what these fools want.
Yeah, it's almost like to actually be assertive and fight this thing, you can't do it in a way that's like, oh, getting in their faces and everything like that, because then they're gonna turn it on you. So it's like
Exactly, Kyle.
to be the fighter, to be the tough guy, we've got to totally do this in a very what's the word for it?
Like
Uh,
Mahatma Gandhi type stuff,
Yeah,
man.
exactly. Like a not what our instincts would tell us to do. Our instincts tell us to find these people, and but we've got to do it in a peaceful way. It's like more effective and more
Yes,
assertive
very
that
much
way.
so.
It's really ironic.
In any TI, what I'd like to say on a positive note, any TI out there, do not act out. Please fight hard and just hold it down, because I see these stuff in the media. All these these guys and gals are probably targeted. Is
Yeah,
my what my heart tells me.
yeah. The Colorado shooter. I mean,
Definitely.
I looked into everything about him, and everything that he was saying just lines up with him being a targeted individual. And then it's really scary how he did it at a supermarket, and it's like you hear it from TIs all the time, and me, it's like I kind of ignore the Walmart stalking, because I just say, oh well, people are just so weird, so if people come around me, I'm just going to say it's that. And so it hasn't been as bad as like the vehicular stalking or changing of streetlights on me. But it's really strange how he chose a supermarket to do that at. And it goes in line with all the evidence of being like, yeah, this guy was a targeted individual. You
Yes.
know?
Yes. And I don't want to brag on myself. I get it really heavy, but I've managed to stay working. Now, 2020, I was off from March to all the way to October. But just saying a few prayers. And this is for any atheist out there. Just give it a shot. Saying a few. I actually have a pretty decent new job where I could tell they know something's up, but I'm getting a little bit of that reverse where it's like almost a extra positive kind of stalking, which I can digest easily. I can digest that more easily than a bunch of crap going on, in the workplace. Everybody's a little extra nice to me, which I don't mind at all.
Mm-hmm. So what do you think that is? Why do you think they're kind of being so positive right now?
I don't know. You know what, man? It's weird, but I almost think my handlers know I'm a real deal, man. They have dragged me through the dude. I'm getting, and I never hear, and this is for anybody out there that may have this happening. I get my temples pulsed bad.
Yeah,
I
me
don't know
too.
if you've ever had your temple pulsed, man. The
They
vital spot in your temple.
hmm On the left side, I do, where they'll just, it's like they externally hit and they're doing something else with remote neural manipulation, and it just like, it will
You
go
see,
boom, boom,
Kyle, with
boom,
me,
boom,
man,
boom,
they
boom.
have full access to my neuromuscular system, man. They can make it feel like it's a crochet hook from the inside out, man. It's like almost like
Oof.
something from the inside is pushing. Dude, if what I should have done over 2020, they just left my right temple just swollen, dude. Like I could literally put a soft tape measure around my head, and my right side of my temple was visibly swollen all 2020. They just left it like somebody gave me a Easter egg punch right on the temple.
Yeah, I would suspect that's some kind of remote neural manipulation, like pain sent to nerves around your temple, and then just inflaming that with
Oh,
like signals from the brain to that part over
yes,
there, the nerves and the muscles, and then just staying on it. You know,
yes,
I'm
man.
not sure. I'm not sure 100%, but that's
Well,
kind of
yeah,
what I would
you're
suspect.
you're in the ballpark.
hmm what do you think it is?
I think they have access to my whole like my whole being, every muscle movement, all my thoughts. I mean, what it is with me, man, like I've never got to explain this to anyone. I can get it took years for this to happen, but 2014 I started feeling all my muscles moving, and what it is I have been split in half, man. It's like a bi uh, like I've been split into left and right, and they have entrained me that any tap on my left side is a no, and any tap on my right side is a yes. So
Oh,
they don't.
okay.
Yeah, oh my goodness, you
Okay.
wouldn't imagine what's going on to me, man.
So you don't have like the Audible V2K, so
I
they
do.
communicate.
You-
Oh, you
you-
do.
I'm so glad you asked me that, because but I will admit it's relatively new to me. I started getting the voices. I remember the date exactly, September 14th, 2019, after I came home from work. Before that, it would be like a strong thought insertion where I could get almost, it wasn't quite, but it was like, your thought. But now, as of September 14th, 2019, full blown voices, and they started with the visualization. I can
Okay.
see the visuals in my mind, and they can send pictures or animated, almost like GIF like things.
hmm Yeah, with me, what they'll do is a litmus. They use the Roadrunner. They did use Mighty Mouse, but now they're using the Roadrunner, and there's another one. Uh, I can't remember. Mostly it's the Roadrunner. They started using a new one, but they're blanking me. It's some kind of, it's like a Looney Tune cartoon. They'll put that in my visual cortex to see how clear it is, like to see how strong the signal is, because I use Dave Case's CD and all these other things, and I'll kind of tone down the remote neural manipulation. So they'll use these pictures. I think it was like Roadrunner, and then I can't remember that, like Marvin the Martian or something like that.
Yeah.
And then they put visuals, like I'll have a visual thinking of something like I don't know, just an example of video, and they'll put something like completely disgusting at the end of that visual,
Yeah.
you know. So
I'm kind of a toughie, man, and I'm not. I mean, this sounds crazy, but I kind of have a feeling that some of the people on my team, maybe even the females, are halfway decent. I have been so lewd with my fighting back thoughts and talk that I've had one of these ladies in tears where they were like, "Hey, hey, hey," and then
yeah.
I'm so empathetic, I back off, But I'm like, whoa. And then later, like, and then they start in on me. I'm like, why did I even back off?
Yeah.
Why do I have more empathy than you, and you're calling me the bad guy? I have literally had some of these operators. I mean, and I'm not trying to downplay, and females are strong, and they can be even stronger than men. But I've had one of the female operators crying, man, because I can get vicious. Because what they're brazen. They'll show me their faces. Or what I think are their faces, and I'll start.
Yeah.
And I'm just the kind of guy, man. If I'm mad at you, I can start knocking you bad. And I've knocked these people so bad that they're like, whoa. But it's not braggadocious, and I really
No.
don't even look. I don't even look at tears on someone, even just through Christ. Like that shouldn't be something to brag about. But I just want this to stop. I just want to be a normal human being again. Is all I want, man.
Yeah, me too. Me too. I mean, I want to live a unique, fun, creative life, but I don't want,
Me too, Kyle. Kyle, excuse me.
this.
But
Yeah.
these guys could even have a leg up on me if they really thought about it. They basically took a pretty hardcore atheist, like, G.G. Allen fan type of jean jacket Slayer kid, and they got me closer to God than they ever did. I wish they'd back off, let me run with it, and like really they could actually do something special, but it seems like they refuse to, because all the money, the protocols, and all the bureaucracy, red tape behind these programs. It's like these people could actually be doing some good stuff, even psychologically, to some. Like, some people may not deserve this at all, but I'm not even saying I deserve it, but like, they did something good to me. But it's like, it's almost too much, where now it's just making me just self-destructive, smoking too many cigarettes, and I'm a nervous wreck. But if they would back off and just maybe observe, and they could actually see that, wow, we changed this guy for a little bit of the better. I'm not afraid to admit that, as nasty as this stuff is. And then maybe some people's don't deserve this. And what the most interesting is the way that they're like beating up Christian, because I'm an atheist metalhead that was attacked with it. I'm hearing a lot of you Christian people. What they're doing is trying to test your faith, and what I don't have yet, as somebody new to Christ, is what they'll do. They'll be like, "Oh, you like Christ? Well, let me test that out." And then I kind of always fail. I fall back to my saying foul language, telling them what I'd like to do to them, instead of like holding on to Christ and kind of enduring. But at the same time, I do actually understand what Jesus went through, even though, even just the way he was persecuted and tortured at the end of his life. Like, I could totally tap into that. And then even some of the weird esotericism I liked always said to look to Christ, and like, I'm looking to it now more than ever in my life. Like, it is interesting, good, healthy stuff.
That's awesome. I feel kind of that way too, that this has given me more discipline. I never knew how strong I was, but then I'm just like, if I didn't go through this hardening, I would have found my own way to become stronger in society.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? So I'm
Yes.
like, I understand you on that, where it's like, yeah, some good things have come out, discipline, and like I've actually, well, I don't want to say this, but like, I feel like a soldier in this, And I never knew that I could get through something like this. So it gives me a better view of myself, kind of to balance out the remote neural manipulation that's making me feel so crummy about myself.
Yes.
Yeah, I get you on that. Definitely.
Man, Kyle, I really appreciate your shows. I appreciate your bravery, and I don't care what you are, man. Like, I just appreciate you doing what you're doing. Period.
Hey, thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, gentlemen. Well, let me go to the next person.
Sure. Thank
you for
you
coming on.
so much for letting me have a voice for once in my life, man.
And we'll do more of these. We'll do more of these, man.
Thank you so much, Kyle. I
Hey,
really appreciate it. It means a whole lot to me, man.
Thank you. Just hang in there. We're coming up with better solutions, and it seems like you're really strong, so you're getting through it.
Thank you. I
All right.
appreciate that, man.
All right. I'll talk to you soon. Hang out and chat. And then
Sure.
maybe if like nobody else wants to come on, you can come back on later.
Sure. Thanks so much, Kyle. I
All right,
appreciate
John.
it. I really do.
Hey, thanks for coming on.
Right on.
Okay, Karen, I got you on. How you doing? You can turn your webcam off if you want to. Like you don't have to keep the visual on.
It is turned
If
off.
you
Can you
don't.
hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear
Can
you.
you hear me, Kyle?
I can see you too. Do you want me to see you?
Oh, okay. I just wanted to say hi, and no, I'm stuck. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Okay, I was gonna
Anyway, I
turn.
wanted to thank you for all that you've done.
Mhm.
Thank you
Thank you,
for
Karen.
everything you've done for this group. It's wonderful. Yeah, I'm really proud of you. You've stepped up to the plate. You've done wonderful things, helping people, trying anyway. So God
Yeah,
bless you, my
trying.
son. You're a wonderful kid. Anyway, I wanted you to know that I had a tooth problem, a rotten tooth at the exact same time you did, and I had to go through the same thing you did, but I had one extra step. They tried to do a root canal, and and it didn't work because the tooth was smashed. So after the root canal, I couldn't remember anything. All of a sudden, I've become old and senile overnight.
After the
And
root
my doctor
canal.
said, well, you might have had a Yeah, after. I couldn't remember anything. I was supposed to go get the tooth pulled, and I sat here for a month waiting to figure out what was going to happen next. And I called the dentist. He said, well, you were supposed to have that tooth out 3 weeks ago. And I've just been sitting here waiting for someone to tell me what to do because I couldn't remember anything.
Do you think maybe your attackers didn't want you to get
Anyway, it
that
was a
taken
fun.
out? I think we have a delay,
I
a
don't
little
think
bit
it
of a
was an.
delay.
No, it was me. It was my brain just wasn't working because when they reminded me, I was like, oh, yeah, that's right. I kind of remember that. Maybe they did it to me, but the lasting effect of being slightly stroked out is still there. I mean, I
Hmm.
can talk still and walk and play tennis and stuff like that, but I'm forgetting words. And I'm hearing a lot of other targeted individuals also talk about memory issues and not being able to
The
find words themselves.
the worst.
So
It's the
I
worst,
don't know if other
Karen.
people are experiencing that right now, or if you.
Yeah, I was just gonna say like it's the worst.
What
Like
do you
I
mean?
literally will take a medication or something, and I'll forget completely if I took it, or like I'll forget to give Pepper water because I thought like in my mind I already have it where I gave her water that day. So they're completely trying to manage like
Yeah,
things that I'm. Yeah, just my memory's so horrible. It's really bad.
yeah. It's really scary. I'm to the point where I'm ready to put notes on every single door to remind me what to lock and what to do every night because I have to lock my garage door or I have to get my little bag. I wake up in the morning with the garage door open, which terrifies me because
Yeah.
I've made this place like a castle. But yeah, I've got everything locked up really tight and dogs here and everything else. But anyway, my life is okay. I'm getting older now and I'm kind of in the old person category. I'm sure I'm the oldest person on this
Nah,
call.
I don't think so.
But anyway, thank you for everything you've done. And yeah, I agree with what the gentleman before me said about finding solace in Christ. I think is the best path to get through this. I can't figure out any other way.
Yeah, me
I've been
too. Me too.
like you at least 10 years now.
Yeah, I find that this
Anyway,
stuff
God
is
bless
so
you for all you do.
okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I was just gonna say, yeah, I forgot what I was gonna say.
You
I,
find that
I mean,
you
just
said I find
staying in my.
that this stuff.
Yeah, I was gonna say like this stuff is so horrible, but it's like if you do stay in faith and stay close to God, good things can happen in it. And then I find when I'm like not focusing on my faith, everything's just horrible, and I really have nothing to hold on to. Like joy is a lot harder to have in this world if you don't have Jesus Christ. You know.
You know, yes. I I just want to say I just wanted to give people hope and to let them know that I have had miracle after miracle after miracle as a constant praying constantly. just prayed day and night, all the time, constantly. I only knew 2 prayers, and I kept praying them, and I get more magical things that happen out of thin air that I don't know how it happened. So I can only give the credit to God.
Mm-hmm.
So
Amen.
tell your people here what I said about, being turning to Christ for your help, turning to God for your help, praying
Well, they hear you.
endlessly,
They hear you.
ceaselessly. It seems to work.
Okay. Well, I mean, they hear you. Did you have? So, what do you think about?
Amen. God bless you, young man. You keep up the good work.
Okay. Thank you for coming on, Karen.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I think our connection is
Hello?
having problems. Can you hear me?
Oh, okay. I just wanted to say thank you.
Okay, well, thank you. Yeah, I think there's some kind of delay or interference or something. But hey, I got your text. I'll text you soon. I've just been running around like a chicken with my head cut off, and we need to talk.
What do I think about what?
Well, I was going to ask what you think about like the State Department investigation, any of those big things. Do you think any of those will help?
Yes.
Okay. I think we're having a problem with our connection. I don't think you're getting everything that I'm saying. So, if you wanted to say anything else, to everybody, that'd be cool.
All right. That'd be great.
Okay, well, thank you for coming on, Karen, and I'll call you soon. I'll get in touch with you soon. Can you hear me?
I don't have much hope. I don't put my trust.
Okay, maybe she can come back on. I didn't do anything. I was waiting for her to talk. But it was a really bad connection. So, Karen, if you can hear me, just come back on. Try and come back on because we had a bad connection or something. So just come on, and we'll get some other people talking. But I think what she was trying to say is she doesn't have much hope in the UN stuff or the investigation. She was getting to that, but was cut off. Okay. Well, maybe she can come back on in a second. Let me go ahead. Let me put this back in the chat to an invitation to the StreamYard panel. And I tell you what, guys, I like this. Do y'all like this? I like it where people can come in and talk for a little while. Except I would like Karen to have a better connection. Maybe she can come back on and be able to hear me. It's like she couldn't hear what I was saying. Or it was like a couple of minutes delay or something like that. Yeah, Truth is Criminal said, put your trust in Jesus, Karen, definitely. And Karen does. Karen definitely does. Psalm 50:15. Trevor says, Elon was showing off his Neuralink monkey today. We are DARPA's equivalent. I had the same tooth trauma, number 13 with crown and root canal. Infected for 25 years and didn't know it, killing me. Pulled it. Yeah, I got that back tooth pulled, and I feel so much better. Like the pain, intense pain in my cheek that was from an infection, is cleared up. Now my attackers still do stuff, but it. And hey, Jerusha says, so glad you're live, Kyle. I needed this today. I'm glad you're here, Jerusha. And so what we're doing today, I think it's working great. I think I could do this a lot. If you guys like this, we come on to StreamYard and then just people come in, 10 to 15 minutes, kind of talk about what they want to talk about. I like it. It's a panel where everybody comes on. It's a little bit hard to organize, right? And people are talking over each other. And I'm real sick from the targeting, so it's kind of hard to deal with. But this is great, People can kind of talk who maybe don't get to talk all the time about what they're going through. Yeah, cool. Hey, Andrew. Andrew says, I like this. Yeah, I think it's a good format. I kind of want to wait. You two guys. I forgot the first gentleman's name, but John and Yusuf. John and Yusuf. you guys can come back on if y'all want in a little while, but I kind of wanted to wait to see if Karen wanted to come back on because it got cut off. So I might wait a second for that. But anybody can go ahead and get up in the there she is. I want to get her back on here because she got cut off. Okay. Hey Karen, yeah, it cut off with the last thing you were saying. You were saying you don't have a lot of hope in like the UN or the State Department stuff.
Yes, that's correct.
Mm-hmm.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I just think there's some kind of delay or like the connection's messed up somehow.
Yes.
Is there anything that you see like happening in the world that you're like, we could get out of this? Like that any thing that, or do you think this is just going to go on? The targeting is kind of go on like it, and it's not really going to change.
What do I think? I'm not sure what I think about that. I pray for it and I wait for it, and I just know that prayer yields miracles. Miraculous things can happen with prayer, and I didn't expect miraculous things to happen, and they did. So it was very hopeful, is all I know. In many, many ways, my life has gotten a lot better.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. Where if we just hold on to our faith, it's like, hey, it's kind of the evil cabal is doing its thing and bringing in the New World Order, but if we're clinging on to God, we can still have joy in our lives. We can still fight for each other, and it's never like the end. It's never just evil takes over. It's never ever like that, you know.
Sometimes I wonder what the gentleman said earlier about God is testing our faith to see who's real and who isn't on his side. So I kind of wonder about that too. I think, well, that's kind of a cruel test, but maybe it is a test, and maybe it's important.
Mm-hmm. I can see that. Most definitely. And so what about these evil people? Is their final test is just going to be to live in hell? You know? Like the evil people microwaving us?
I guess they're going to go in the lake of fire.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to get
Amen.
thrown in the lake of fire, in my opinion.
Amen. Amen to that. I like the sound of that. But you don't like, I mean, how are they going to keep
there's
all
a tear?
Mm-hmm. What's that?
I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt you.
No, it's just a real bad connection. So
But
I
there's
think
a
what we should do, you just talk. You just kind of say what you want to say because it's a really bad connection. So I'm just going to let you go ahead and talk.
Well, I don't remember what we were talking about, but I just want to give people hope.
Okay. Great.
And tell them to hang on, keep praying, and thank you so much, Kyle, for what you do.
Well, thank you, Karen. I learned from the best. You know,
and God bless you.
Bless you too. Thank you for coming on, Karen. We'll do some of these every once in a while.
Thanks for the.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Karen. I'll talk to you soon.
All right, honey. Thanks. Bye.
Okay. Yeah. So Karen used to be a moderator for many, many years on TI calls. So I just got onto the calls when she was, moderating and stuff like that. So she's done a lot of work for the TI community. Yeah, Jerusha says, think about the apostles being put in prison without just cause. At least we aren't getting jailed or stoned. Yeah, but it's like an electronic prison that really hurts. You know what I'm saying? It's like an electronic prison that's let's see. Okay, we'll leave it like that. So they're still there. Okay, that works. That works. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, Jerusha, like, 'cause you're like, the apostles were jailed or stoned, but man, I would rather those things. I know what you're saying. I get the idea that you're saying, but like, man, being like hit by microwaves and stuff like that, it's like if I was stoned and got really hurt, at least my parents would be like, "Oh, you were stoned," and that's that situation that happened, right? This is something where it's like cages us, targets our brain and everything, targets our body, and then it's like, "Oh, you're mentally ill," you know. Um, Anything that happens to me, I would like it to be known to my parents and my community and all the good people, right? Because that's the only way you get justice. Like, that's how we have a justice system where criminals go to court and then they're tried in court, right? We see the Derek Chauvin trial right now. They go to court and they're tried, and even sometimes that completely transparent justice system puts innocent men on death row. Now, what do you think a non-transparent program that really doesn't care about the innocence or guilt of any of the people that they're microwaving and mapping their brains and gang stalking? They don't care if we're good or we're bad or whatever. They just tell the communities that we're bad. So that's automatic, getting innocent citizens and trying to put them in terminal experimentation programs, I gotta get Karen on sometime when our connection's better. That was just a horrible connection. I wonder if her attackers were just just completely screwing that up. Because like I was talking, and it took 30 seconds for her to hear what I was saying. The Wise Ninja says only God allowed Satan to test Job. That's interesting. God allowed. And I think the Wise Ninja is very wise on that. God's in control of everything, even Satan. God's in control of everything. Like, he gives us free will, right? And these evil men at the top they're connected into demonic things where they're hurting all of humanity. And but God is above all of that. He sees all of that. He's integral in all of our lives that are being hurt by that tyranny, and he can help us. But for some reason, you have to have faith. You have to believe. You have to be focused on it for it to Yeah, Sleeping Beauty says the justice system is so obviously broken. Yeah, and that's a completely transparent justice system, and they've added a non-transparent torture program to that transparent justice system that's completely broken and putting innocent people in jail all the time, And I'll go ahead and put this invite in again. John, if you or Yusuf want to come back on and talk some more, y'all are more than welcome to. I think this is great. What we'll do, I mean, this was great for like a first time of doing this, but if we do this at some regular time, I like this. This doesn't stress me out at all. And we can do this, some regular people can know. And you guys, if you do want to talk, it'd be a great time for y'all to come on. Andrew says, Satan does not play fair. He is out to destroy our bodies and steal our souls by any means necessary, and God knows we can overcome. Amen. Amen. It's like God gives Satan the power to corrupt, to tempt, to get us. It's almost like our attackers, right? It's like my attackers aren't right there, so that if I mess up, I could die, right? And it's like that's what Satan does. But if we go this way with God, then we can be a lot safer, and we can have miracles and healing in our life. Healing, guys. We can heal from a lot of this stuff. I really think that a lot of my remote neural manipulation, the Alzheimer's feeling, if they took the automated remote neural manipulation off my brain, I would be able to remember things. I don't think I say sometimes like it feels like my brain's burnt out, but I really don't think it's that, Okay, and John, welcome back, buddy.
Thank you, Kyle.
So, I don't really know what to ask you, but if you wanted to just talk about your targeting more, or where you find hope, whatever you want to talk about.
Sure, man. What I'd like to talk about is if there's guys and gals out there like me that are kind of atheists, these guys are right. You should look towards Christ, because you can't fight fire with fire. You're gonna have to figure out some kind of passivity. You're gonna and then even more, like these guys have been talking about. If there is going to be a big fight, what in my heart, what I would hope for is a legislative. We got to take it. I don't want to see no violence over this, because I don't want to see. I mean, we could be in an end time scenario, Atlantean. This is it. Unless
Yeah.
we actually use our brains and can do this, legislative and sociological, you have to hold on. You have to tap into the white light, positive, Christian, spiritual. And then if all you deep uh intellectuals out there, the Richard Dawkins, even some of these lefties, who cares if there's some racism and weird crap in the Bible, and you've got to find the positive stuff. Some of that even in the Bible could be a little bit weird, but there is a lot of love and understanding, fighting through tough times in the Bible. It is a good thing. And you see a bunch of greedhead, terrible people trying to enslave us remotely with new technology. They cannot handle what they have in their hands, and you need the love of God to temper it, without a
Yeah.
doubt.
Amen. Amen.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. And in the way that I see it, like, it could be end times, but the way that I think the New World Order, the people up at the top of the pyramid are trying to do things, is they're trying to like kill people off without destroying too much infrastructure. So I feel are in danger of being killed off, but it's like it's not going to be like a nuclear holocaust where it's like cities are burning and everything like that. Well, from the riots, cities
Well,
are burning.
Kyle, you are right, but what I have noticed just through, I mean, this is BCI, what I'm at, brain computer interfacing, and then I'm getting these people's voices in person, like, or even what some of your guys talk about, this hive mind stuff, the mentality of these people, the hubris and the ego, dude. Like, I am afraid, like it is some Japanese RPG types. They are going to crack this planet in half. I mean, God's own planet, whatever put us here, all those days of decency, like they are going to crack this planet, dude. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not saying I'm right, but Kyle, and you are a wonderful, awesome dude to actually host us and give us a voice. The hubris and the ego, I mean, this is really bad stuff happening. We are violating the essence of humanity here, man.
Desecration.
Big
Like
time.
that's what I see going. And what I call like my attackers in the top of the pyramid and people participating in this desecration of humanity, I just call them the cult. They're the cult. They have cult thinking. Like my attackers, they know that this is destroying America, that what they're doing and all the plans of the New World Order are destroying this country and a lot of other countries. And the guy on my V2K, he's like, I don't care. I don't care. It doesn't have anything to do with me. So it's like this cult mentality of they're just going to do their little cult job, and they don't care how many people get killed or how many people get hurt, because they're part of the cult, and the cult has this master plan, right? Scary
You are
stuff.
spot on, man. Because you know what? If you want to talk about what I've heard through V2K, this meathead, Excuse me. And then I understand some military, and I don't want to act like a fool here because Kyle's a good man to let me even have a little bit of a thing here. But this meathead military dude said, we want a seat at the table. And my response is, what table are you talking about, man? If there isn't unity and peace and harmony, there is no table.
Right.
Like a seat at what table? Some nightmarish hell?
Yeah. Yeah, and I don't even think they're going to get that.
I don't even want to sit at that table. I took for granted listening to all my heavy, like it's all fun and games until you see what it means to be alive, and they steal that from you, man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like a good example is that guy who just made the satanic tennis shoe. I forget his name, like Lil Nas X or something like that. And he made the video about his joining into this kind of cult where he's like kind of going with Satan, right? And then he's famous, but then at the end of it, it shows him going all the way down to hell. So these people that do sell their souls to get famous or to be in the system, or like our attackers or anything, get a little bit of amount of time, of money or whatever they want, but then the devil, what's that saying? The devil's always has his due, you know? So the devil's never going to give somebody a great life and a great eternity. He's going to give them a little bit of time of like kind of some very shallow stuff that they wanted, and then he's going to get payback on them, you know?
You are spot on, man. And you see, I'm the guy here that was dipping his fingers into some of this stuff. I've had all the books, and like whatever's happening to me, man, with this tech, it's got me going. And then it's so deep, and then I don't want to sound too foolish for some of the intellectual types where I have feared that this could be some kind of like crazy Christians that have money too, that are, like trying to get me to go to God. But you know what? And then, what I've experienced, man, this is the thing. Even if it is that crazy Christian trying to get me, I have found, like you said, I have found more solace and more like comfort in something positive. Like it doesn't matter. Like I still kind of like some of the music I like, and and I'm not kidding around, man. Like I'm in I'm brain computer interface, so these people can hear me. I am like a two-way radio, man. They hear what I hear. They hear what I say. I have had these people crying. And I have had the dudes apologize and the girls in tears is how mean I can get. But yet I still have, when it gets real dark and they can shut off whatever makes them, they don't want to hear my ass, and they just set me in something that is terrible for hours and hours. You have to go to something positive. You have to go to Christ. You have to go to Buddha. You have to go to all the holy religions, man. And that stops me. I'm never going to be no stupid idiot that goes to no synagogue, because you know what? This is some heavy stuff. And then I'm just going to touch very lightly because I respect you. There is definitely a Jewish question about this, but it's not the Jewish people.
Yeah, I'd say Zionist.
And there is. And
no, I agree.
Because
this is my thing. Can I just say real quick, John?
A little bit weird.
No, it's not. It's
and
not
I have
weird.
a Jewish last name. I have Jewish family.
Right.
I want to make that clear.
But talk about like Israel, and then there's some like Zionists who are like Kabbalists and stuff like that. But it's kind of like white people, how white people are in the main lodges of Masons. So I try and stay away from saying Jews. I just say Zionists, right, and stuff like that, because
that makes sense.
Like
because
such an
even in those
right?
satanic books I threw out, there was a lot of Zionist talk. And, there was one chapter called The Jewish Question, but he was like, be proud to be. And I always was proud to be a little bit of a Jewish fella. But the thing of it is, and it wasn't that. I even still have all my favorite best art are Jewish people. And what it is though, what freaked me out personally, I'm an investigator a bit. I'm a bit of a detective. And when I start looking up the heads of all these tech companies and the possible points of my pain, I keep finding Jewish names, and I'm like, why? But what keeps me grounded is there are Israelis that are pissed off just as much as we are. It's just the power elite, a Zionist, is kind of dangerous.
The leadership of Israel, there are a lot of Jewish Zionists who want to see certain prophecies have enough power at the top where they're carrying those things out. Like I can show some of those things, but like rabbis saying there will be much more immigration into the West, right? And they're gonna mingle with the men and women of the West, and so they're trying to do these big geopolitical moves with the power that Israel has and the top of the pyramid has to actually do things in the world to get this prophecy lined up so that the Moshiach can come.
Wow.
Not like I mean, I've studied this. I watch No More News, but I don't. My main thing is like some of the women have been the loves of my life. So it's like me saying, it's like Masons to me, because most of the Masons in the like Scottish Rite Lodge, they're white, and then they have Prince Hall lodges. So it's kind of like that a little bit.
Yes. And again, I want to stress to anybody out there that's weird, do not do that. What it is, and let me tell you a little bit of a positive story. I got through this targeting and me taking care of my grandmother who passed, and that's for a later time. But I got my dad's very religious, and we've always had a fist in the middle between that. But what he recommended for me, which was awesome, was this guy goes by the Jewish Jesus, and I remember as a youngster seeing on my local public broadcasting there was a Jews for Jesus program, and and there's a lot of good Israeli people. Some of my favorite music comes from Israel, like there's a lot of good. Like you don't want to just like all these people are bad. It's just their power elite are fucking weird. Excuse my French.
Yeah, and the Rothschilds are the richest family in the world, and they're Jacobians. They're like Jacobians, so they're kind of part of Mystery Babylon. They're Zionists. They're Jewish. So I mean, the most powerful family in the world, they are Zionists,
Yes.
basically.
And again, some of these books that I've thrown away, I mean, these were like Anton LaVey stuff. He would brag on Zionism, he would brag on all this Jew stuff, and it's just kind of weird.
Don't say like. Because you say the J word, and it just
I know, it's gross. It is. Excuse me.
Can I explain? It just has
go ahead.
I know you don't mean all of them, but it still has a connotation.
Not at all. Because what I was going to say, as a youngster, I took a field trip to a synagogue, and like I had a girlfriend at the time, and like I was raised. My step grandfather was Jewish. That's why my last name is Stevenson. German Jew. I love those, and like again, I want to reiterate, when my dad told me to find Christ, his favorite preacher right now is, I mean, it's a weird web. It's thejewishjesus.com. He's like a really cool dude, man. Okay. Like I love, and there's such an influence like on the Holy Bible, they're great people, and they're great. Israeli people are just as pissed as I am, I'm sure.
But and there's there's Israeli targeted individuals.
Yes, without a shadow of a doubt, Kyle.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I just think it's a thing, like there's good and bad people of all races and stuff like that.
Absolutely.
But then there are these powerhouse
but what blew my mind,
organizations.
I'm looking up the head of Raytheon, and I find a Zionist, if that's what I have to say.
Yeah, yeah. Don't say the J word because
No, I
like
do.
there's
No, no, no.
many.
Yes, and I respect your channel, and I want to have this. I want to put out all this different thought, like, but you know what I mean? Like, be cool, everybody. It's not their like Kyle said, there are Israeli citizens that are upset as well. That must be stressed. They're
What
loving.
no more news says? No more news says that Jewish people who are not part of this like Zionism or plans, kind of like the Masons, they should be fighting against some of these methods and secret societies within the Jewish culture.
Right.
Because people do. I see a lot of they just generalize it. Not you, but like on No More News, I see his comment
Yes.
section, and they generalize, and so it's like it puts normal Jewish people in danger of like, oh, they're part of it or something
Yes,
like that.
no. You're right. Like, and that's why I want to stress they're beautiful people. I was raised by them. I love them with all my heart. But it's just kind of freaky that when you start searching, you're gonna come up. It's gonna pop up. Stay cool. It's just a weird thing, and just stay cool, everybody.
That is the best advice to
Super cool.
to stay cool, try and think as logically as you can through this, because
Yes,
they
we
really
all
want us
have.
amped up.
Yes, sir. We all have 4 fingers and a thumb, man. We're all human beings, man, no matter what. And then each in our human categories, there's corruption. And then that even like probably stems from the devil. Like we were all broke apart. The languages were broke. The cultures were broke. Things were confused. Things were hidden from us. We really don't know our past, man. And they're screwing around with so much technology, and they're screwing around with God's work, man. I've seen it like with my own eyes, man.
Yeah, and I think, me and Brian were talking about the Mandela effect, and I even think they're taking some things in history and they're creating like new pictures and new things and like rewriting history in a very concrete way.
Yes.
And then people are like, "Oh, reality just changed." They're testing that out.
And just for this new episode, you had to retract your Brian too. I don't agree 100% with him either, but like he was right about, like, I'm kind of a hip hop fan. Here's one thing I don't agree with him on. I'm a hip hop fan. The Mandela thing is real. Firing off CERN has shoved us into a different dimension.
But
I know my
Yeah, go
favorite
ahead.
one, the easiest one is the mirror, mirror on the wall. That is not Magic Mirror. I was a movie rental VHS kid my whole life, and the hip hop music with Slick Rick's Mirror, Mirror on the Wall. Snoop did it too. And now that's not real. That was supposed to be Magic Mirror. And they even had a mathematician. Dude, they have knocked us into another dimension, Jack.
Maybe so. I mean, maybe I kind of think it's a more like something's happening there, but I really think that it's this program to actually change things, or like in certain things like the Jif thing. I think those labels on foods change over time. They change the names of it. And then the people, they're like, oh, it used to be this, and they can actually find the label that was different, and they say, now it's this. Oh, that's the Mandela effect. So there are things in there that can be explained, but then there's ones that can't be explained. Like there was warfare during World War II all along the eastern coast of the United States. No one's heard about that. Like no one's heard about like blimps and airplanes and war, like coast, like shipping routes and like stuff on the eastern seaboard was attacked during World War II. And I don't remember hearing anything about that in history class during school. What I think that is, I don't think it's a shift of reality. I think that's actually a psyop where they're actually taking pictures and like writing a new history of what happened, to see if people are just like, oh, okay, well that happened, or to see if some people think, oh, well, reality completely changed.
I think that you're onto something. I think it's a bit of both.
It could be.
I mean,
That's true.
They are playing with stuff they shouldn't be playing with. And then, dude, forget the quote unquote Zionist question. When you really start digging deep into this, dude, and then this also can get TIs upset and soil the community. And I don't want to run on it too hard, just like the Zionist question, quote unquote. But there could be other interdimensional alien influence. Like but then you can actually run it to the Bible. Somebody has toys they shouldn't be playing with, because we are not sociological, emotionally mature enough to handle what they have in their hands.
I totally agree. It could be changing things on a molecular level in a lot of places. Because you think about it, if they're using directed energy weapons on our brains and changing how we think, I mean, they would have directed energy to use in many other areas. And then you're talking
where
about
did they
CERN,
get these
too.
toys from? And we're starting to see a lot more UFOs, but you could also say that's a psyop or something. But also, I mean, there could be, and then like, from the Bible, man, even if some, I don't want to say I'm a Christian too, but like, I'm just not as hardcore. I love you guys. And like, it is so deep, but we are seeing UFOs. Like maybe we have in the U.S. military's hands something they shouldn't have, man. And they got it from straight up Lucifer or something.
Well, this I'll tell you what I think the scenario is.
Go ahead, Kyle. Have the floor.
It's pretty crazy. This is just a theory, but I think some of it's really, really concrete, and people will agree with me. I think in Germany, concentration camps, and I think that Hitler and his army were being supplied with advanced technology and advanced things from somewhere, right? And so from like extraterrestrials,
interdimensional, possibly.
But let me finish. And then you had Nikola Tesla, who was working on sending electromagnetic things through the air, right? So you had the Nazis working on it from that source, and then Nikola Tesla with all. And Project Paperclip sent German scientists to Russia and America. Russia seemed to excel more in microwaving people in the remote microwave things and radio signals. So I think they got the German scientists that were more specialized in that, possibly. But then I think all the different countries in these military industrial complexes, they took what they had learned in those back engineered technologies, and then what Nikola Tesla had researched, and then maybe other things. So it's like I don't think it just came from like one source. It was like all this different research, and then they started like manufacturing the weapons.
Wow.
1952 was 1952 was Project Moonstruck. So the CIA was putting rice-sized implants in people and sending microwave signals to those implants. I don't know if they were getting signals from the brain at that point, but you got to realize that the CIA was doing that in 1951, and this is all after the war. 1951, the first DSM was written, and in that was written, it said if anybody's complaining about being hit by directed energy or beams or lasers or anything, and they're being followed by the government, they're mentally ill. So they wrote the DSM with these programs in mind, knowing they were going to do this to people, and immediately having that DSM written before they did it to discredit anybody who was being tortured.
Wow, man. Yeah. 3 steps ahead type of stuff.
It master plan. Master plan that I think they've been planning for thousands of years, this cult.
Wow, man, you may be right. I mean, it's at least a 10% shot, 5% shot. Shit.
Yeah, it's like the deal is like if I take what I think kind of happened, probably some of it's right, maybe not all of that's right.
Sure.
But then everybody, you put in your ideas, then we can figure out a lot of stuff about this. But we need more concrete data, on how how COINTELPRO is run, on exactly. We need to know exactly what they're using, right? Because I picture an integrated directed energy weapon system, something connected to the whole weapons grid that has monitors on it. but we need to like know exactly what it looks like. You know?
Dude, wouldn't you love a consumer grade countermeasure, like just something you could be put on your in your house or on your belt that could like track and like quantify your signal being pumped through you, just to be like, here, look, please stop.
Yeah. Well, you sent me the didn't you send me the what's it called?
No,
kernel?
you showed that to us, man, and I'll say us,
Okay.
the whole community. I appreciate, dude. That was a good episode.
That's like something that we can record our own brain waves, right? Or we can record our own brain activity.
Yes.
It's getting super close. It's getting super close, and there's already brain entrainment devices that I think can really monkey up or throw a wrench in what our attackers are doing, you know.
Yeah.
So it's coming. You know, those consumer products are coming. They're very close. And this is what I also think. What do you think about this?
We need a guy, or excuse me, before you start, we need a guy or gal to set a judicial precedent with this stuff somehow, man. A real deal, you know, like a Roe v. Wade, but for the TI community, man. But go ahead.
The way that I think about that, John, is like there in any kind of court case, even if it was action, the intelligence agencies are going to come in and say, no, you can't.
They'll buy you out, right? They'll be like, here's fucking, excuse me, here's like $2 million. Just keep your mouth shut, settled out of court.
Yeah, it would have to be a settlement, but I think that if we get to a certain point, maybe with some of this big stuff, they won't be able to come in and say national security.
You're right.
I'm hoping.
When it's excuse this weird one. When it's in mom and pop Walmart's lap, they're gonna have to have a judicial precedent, man. They're gonna have to have like a big deal, like this person was devoured by this. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you said, when it's consumer grade and everybody's in on it, it's just not a small little community like ours.
I didn't think about that. When the consumer products to hurt people come out more and more, that they're going to be doing this like more regular people and not just contractors, more just regular people. And then those things can go to court and bring this up, like it keep on ratcheting it up. Yeah.
A precedent needs to be set, a real life precedent.
Yeah.
Like, just like black folks couldn't have a ham sandwich in the 50s. Like I would have gave them one. They had and what's scary, this is going to be a big uniter because there's all races and creeds involved in this targeting. It's not just one, it's only this race or that thing or that. It's everybody. It's humanity. It's four fingers and a thumb are being targeted.
Yeah, I don't understand a lot of the racial issues going on and how some people are like,
goodness, it's so manufactured.
Yeah, just
right out of the womb, I had my hands around black people. Like I've always loved, even though I'm a metal.
You cut out, John. You still there? John. Okay, he got disconnected. John, come on back, man. Come on back when you can. I'm gonna read some of the chat, but I agree with him. Like, this is my thing. It's like Black Lives Matter is they're saying they're like fighting for more equality, and then it's like and then like people like different cultures are like, yeah, it's like it's our time to have more freedom. But it's like Black Lives Matter is not taking care of the black men and women who are being targeted and microwaved and truly worse than enslaved, right? So it's like all people of all cultures are being like enslaved and hurt. There's John. Hey, man.
This will be the great uniter. I'm sorry, I did there's weird things with TIs, man. They've got my computer. I'm actually about to go pick up my new one I bought with my stimulus check tomorrow. I'm a little bit nervous. I couldn't get a PS5 or a Xbox, so I said to hell with it. I'm gonna get a really nice computer.
Awesome.
But yeah, they do mess with it, Kyle. I think you handled my question really well. I don't want to ruffle too many.
That's the thing.
I want information to get out, so I'm not going to ruffle feathers. And you handle things really well. You're a professional, good dude.
Thank you, man. It's hard. Everything is controversial.
It is
everything that's important.
It's like weaponized weaponized controversy, man. It's dangerous times.
Yeah, and it's like anything that's really violent that the state is doing to us. Talk about that violence, you can get in trouble. Like, even if you're just like, I'm being tortured, right?
Yes.
You're not supposed to say torture on YouTube. So it's like they're taking out these words that we can say, hey, we're being tortured, we're being
Here's something
killed.
a little bit scary. With those satanic books, some of the weird wisdom was like things that matter are thrown away, and things that should be taken seriously, things that matter are thrown away, and things that don't matter are taken seriously. It's kind of scary times, guys.
Inversion. It's an inversion.
Big time, and they are running it. They are running it 3 ways to Sunday, man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's weird too, because it's like not all of their cult on the same page about what's happening, but they're all doing their little jobs, and it feeds into this bigger plan.
Dude, you are right about that.
It's
because
so horrible.
My handlers seem a little bit weaker, a little like they bit off more than they could chew with me. Even though I'm a bit unhealthy, like they're gonna get me. But you're right. Like there are actually some, believe it or not, guys and gals out there that are going through this. There are some actual decent handlers, and that's weird, and that's very Christ-like to say. Everybody wanting to beat the shit out of them, even though I'd like to get mine. I might not want to get yours if I knew your story true. Like these handlers aren't all that hardcore. And like Kyle said, you know what I mean? It's all feeding into a network, and people are just doing stuff for paychecks and whatnot.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just like, this is kind of how I see it. Like, if there's a good person and they were like, well, I just want to kill bad people, and they join the mafia, and then it's like they kill a bad person.
I'm an Italian, man. I'm Italian raised by, I'm not allowed to say Jewish folks, man. They were. My grandmother and grandfather.
Yeah, but,
I'm Italian,
nowadays,
Jewish.
I just don't ever want to, like, have a connotation of lumping in all.
I know,
like,
you're right, man. And people, unfortunately, and I love all you out there, but you guys are kind of like you got to be careful, because every gosh darn tragedy is it makes me sick. I am so mean, I won't give it to them. And I know there are a lot of idiots that just can't digest it all. Man, I'm sorry. I love you guys, though. I do.
It's true.
But we got to be safe, and you got to just, find Christ. Find something positive. Find it.
And there is. It's easy to find the light in the darkness.
Yes. Dude, that is heavy. Dude, that is real stuff.
This, John, light is stronger in the darkness and easier, it's stronger in the darkness.
Yes, Kyle, you were gonna say easier to find, dude. I am proof in the pudding, because I'm kind of a wild little cat, man, but it's tempered me some. It's shown me different things. Now I would have probably been fine. I was actually like, some of the weirder things I've seen are more extreme than even before my targeting, but it's also drawn out as much as it's drawn out some of the negativity. It's drawn out that positive, and luckily I'm a smart enough and beautiful enough man to handle it and roll with it. But this should stop. We need precedents. I don't want to see more innocent people fall for this. That's what bothers me. I can take it, but maybe my brothers and sisters can't.
Yeah, I think about that a lot, kind of like, I mean, I'm pretty tough genetically and with my faith.
You are, man. I can tell.
And I'm like, yeah, and I kind of think sometimes, like, I'm not going to stop. I've decided to do this, but I'm like, if I just stop making these videos and doing activism, this would be a cakewalk, because I got the defenses. My attackers would probably lay off. They'd be like, okay, whatever. But it
Wow,
needs to be
God.
stopped for everybody. Like, it's like what you're saying, like, I'm strong enough to get through this or whatever. It needs to be stopped for everybody, because there's some, like, and this isn't an insult, because some women TIs are like, they're technical, they know what to get in defenses and things like that, but they're just some like women targeted, and I guess some guy TIs, they're not, they just want the torture to end. They're not like going into this, okay, I'm a soldier now and I've got to get all this stuff. It's not what they were born to be, you know.
Yeah.
And
I
so
even struggle with that, Kyle. It's
me
funny you
too.
say that. I appreciate you saying that, because it's what you need to harness, though. I know in my heart it's what I need to harness.
Yeah, John, definitely. I really think we have a shot at it. I know, like, I'm even, you know, because I've been going through it so long, I'm just like, maybe this won't end. You know, maybe it'll just keep going on. But the way that I see the world going, and the plans that I see them having for these kind of technologies, it just cannot, this could not keep going with the other things that they want to do on top of the, whatever, like, in society where everybody sees what's going on.
Yeah.
All these consumer products and stuff. So I really have hope, you know. And God's even kind of put it into my heart, like, you're not going to die being tortured like this.
Yeah.
You know? It's a huge thing for me.
Let me tell you how powerful God is, man. I'm going to tell you guys something that I've never told anybody, and it's awesome to have this platform to say this. When this targeting to me is so real, it left what is called a resonance on my life, man. And as a child, I knew this was, as a child, when I was watching Wheel of Fortune, man, I knew that there would be people inside my head judging my life. I didn't realize how painful it would be. I just thought it was silly. And this lasted like a deja vu for like maybe 2 weeks. And then I forgot about it all this time until I got into my 30s. And then I just realized, like, this is so heavy on some people's lives, it can leave a resonance and a stain on whatever God, like God is real, man. Even if it's a psychedelic, beautiful thing at the end or whatever, like, there is something that loves you a lot, man.
Yeah.
That this life it gave you is sacred. And, like, you know, weird ass bureaucratic military technological complex people are playing with your lives, but this is a sacred thing that a God gave you, and this is so sacred it left a resonance that I knew as a child this may come for me someday.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes, it left it. I remember it distinctively. I was separated from my mother. I came to live with my grandma. And you could say that's like trauma, weird stuff. But what it was, I remember laying there on the bed, watching Wheel of Fortune, thinking in my mind, like, oh my God, someday people are going to, like, ride inside of me and judge me.
Wow.
Well, I didn't realize it would be this much emotional and physiological manipulation, because you're an innocent kid and you don't want to be just, you know, like, whatever God is, you know, and like, you know, God warned me, man. God is so powerful. I won't even say he, man, to keep it universal. It warned me. God warned me.
Like, I mean, so you knew, I mean, yeah.
I know, it's
Wow,
so weird, man.
That's incredible.
Yes, like this weird, whatever this is so rotten and so awful to the human, what do they call that? Your aura, your human aura, it left a resonance. These are real tools somebody has cracked into, man. Somebody has given the military some way too powerful toys. This thing literally left a resonance in the space-time human
I agree with you. I think I really agree with you.
You have to really try to, yeah, thank you, Kyle.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Try to
Yeah,
wrap your
really
head
do.
around that, man.
Yeah, no, I understand exactly what you're saying. And it's like there's been things in my childhood that, like, I just thought were cool, But now I'm looking back, and I was like, God was like preparing me
Yes.
to go through something really, really hard.
Yes.
I don't think I was ever like, oh, there's going to be people that are going to be able to get inside of my
See,
head.
I did, because I'm
never,
that guy or
yeah.
whatever. I'm
That's
just
cool.
whatever God wanted. Maybe that's the way I could understand it, because I'm a little bit different in my way, you know.
Yeah. And we all kind of see, we all have special talents, you know, that God has given us to see certain things. I do like, I really get you on the time thing, because time is the way that we perceive things. But when there's something so huge energetically, it's almost like you get a warning. You're getting a warning from yourself in the future. Not like, that's too simplified, what I just said, but it's something. It's like a timeless thing. Yeah.
No, Kyle.
It's incredible.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I agree. But this is one thing with that, what you're talking about, like the timeless thing, kind of a message that a destabilizations that you kind of feel something before it even. That's how I'm experiencing this isn't going to go on forever. You see what I'm saying? It's like,
that's beautiful, man.
Yeah, that's because it's like this is so huge, and it's just ripping apart and desecrating humanity so much that it's like I'm getting something. I don't even know how to explain it. Right? You explained it really good, but
you are, man. It's like we are yin and yang, man. You're good on your positive. I kind of can bring positive to the negative, and you can, dude. Yeah, no, you do good, man. Go ahead, Kyle.
Thank you. Yeah, hard to explain, but a feeling. It's like God put it in. So it's like, it's almost like I'm reaching past, and I'm like, I know there's a time in my life when I'm not going through this. Yes. So weird. It's almost like God has given us those gifts. He's like, oh, you got to go through these horrible things, and I'm sorry, so I'm going to give you this thing to balance it. That's really awesome. You know,
it does. And but you know, unfortunately, I don't know if it's unfortunate, but you know, it's not unfortunate. But what I have experienced is the nostalgia of when I was normal is so much precious, and I'm like, oh my goodness, all I had to do was take this turn, and I could have avoided that, and like all these turns, like there really is, and then like Kyle even says on some of his shows, for some of you non-TIs, there are preventative measures. You know, unfortunately, kind of run your status quo, and you know, don't what you could do if you're a non-TI. What you could do to help is stay cool. Go status quo. Actually, just stay away from commenting negatively, and just like support TIs in a positive spiritual level.
Yeah.
You know, you got to be, if you're a non-TI, you got to be careful on being a mouthpiece and like because there are evil power structures that want total control, man. And they are
check this out.
Go ahead, Kyle.
I forget her name, but she's wonderful, and she videotaped a lot of the activism, the protests that TIs did in San Diego. And then another place, she videotaped 2 of them. She was a non-targeted individual, right? And she talked about it, and I can't believe I can't remember her name. She's so sweet. She's such an awesome girl. But she ended up being targeted, like, because she would do interviews with targeted individuals. She would talk about it, but she wasn't targeted. She's just a very compassionate person that looked into this and cared about what was happening to us, so helped us. And she ended up being targeted. You know.
Wow. Yes.
I forget her name.
You know, and something that's a little bit another, like Kyle had the Brian 2 episode that was a little controversial. Let me tell you, I love Brian. I'm not scared of him. I find his information interesting, especially on the technical side. That's one of your go-to dudes, even on some of the spiritual stuff. But what I'd like to say is, before I even tuned into this current episode I'm on now, thank God, I looked at Ella Free. What's interesting is, man, like Japan, this is global, man. People all over the world are having this happen. It's not just an American phenomenon.
Oh yeah. Oh, every country,
And like
every.
that, and her TI Day video was pretty cool. It really was. Even though I'll even be cool with Brian, and I'm gonna keep it quick and simple, and I don't want to ruffle Kyle.
Let me.
I
John.
heard Ella snore on one of her podcasts.
Yeah,
but you know what I mean. Let's be like, it's still good stuff. You got to take it all. Nothing's gonna hurt you. You're already in the heart of hell. You might as well look at everything and try to find some light in it all. It's good stuff, man.
Yeah, and I want to say something like,
go ahead.
When you do, like, even if you're a realtor and like you're doing videos, you're doing calls and stuff like that, you do it so much that it's like, it's not like maybe she falls asleep, or like I've done it sometimes on panels where it's like I'm not paying attention to people.
You think you have, Kyle, but you actually are pretty badass. But I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you.
Your shit, no, your shit's good, dude. You've lost weight. You're just like, you know what I mean? Even you know what? You are right though. Even I've been mad at you, but I'm here right now and I love you so much and I respect you. And then it's your show. I know that. Like,
well, I love having you come on and talk.
You help a lot, and you resonate with me, and that's what I appreciate about you, and I trust you. And then even though, you know, if you're a real deal, you're gonna have a flash, but I'm not gonna throw you away, man, because you're great. You're good.
Thank you, John. Yeah.
And then just like Ella Free, I'm not gonna let Brian ruin my day, or I'm not gonna let these creeps that are in my head ruin my day either. You know?
Yeah, we can't let them steal our joy, and I think we've gotta.
And I'm gonna find the light in Brian, and I'm gonna find the light in my own creeps. Mm-hmm. That's just how it is with me.
Don't compare Brian to like.
No, I know, and I don't want to start none of that. I'm cool with it. You don't scare me, man. I like the podcast I found earlier. Like it was actually a bigger guest than I could ever. Like it was actually quite a heavy hit. Like he is kind of a cool dude.
He's very interesting to listen to.
Yeah,
like
he
very,
knows
very
the technical aspects of this stuff.
But I do want to say, this, like, he goes way too far sometimes. Like, his premises are right, but then he's like, the thing that I don't like is he has his own personal verification system, and that's where he's judging who is for real and who's not.
Yes, I call it myopathy. He's one eye. He's got one eye, kind of, but I don't know what to tell you guys. You know, just be cool and just find love, find some grounding. Whether it's in Kyle's recommended, real life hats and clothes, or spiritual, find some some grounding, guys and gals.
Yeah, amen to that. We got to find joy in our life. We got to hang on to the positive thing.
This is coming from an atheist that has found Christ more in his life than ever.
That's awesome, man. That's really cool.
Yes.
That's really cool. Seems like God will come to us in the darkest spaces of our lives.
Yes, you said it right, Kyle. Even some of the weird things I've read, like, you will find the light in the darkness even easier, man. It's true. These things aren't said like you can run it double backwards, and then you're like, wow, if that's real, what is the white? What is God and positivity have to say? If that's real, positivity has to be real.
Yeah, if the total darkness and Satanism, that's very real, and it can we see the changes, we see the negative change in the world, then there is another force, another resonance that can do the exact opposite.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, John, definitely. Have you found, like, what about defenses and stuff? Have you
Kyle,
any help?
I struggle with defenses. I am such an esoteric mind guy. I look to you for like, well, okay, here's my story on defenses. I got down to 150, was taking Aikido. I was martial artist and stuff, and this is real deal, man. And when they start working on me, I buckled, man. I bounced back. And then now I'm off another, like I'm heavy and just rotten. I'm growing my hair. Like I'm a mess right now, dude. Because it's what you said in some of your other videos, dude. It's the time that's grating on me. I was, like I'm kind of like a little bit earthly where I want my own self to myself for help. I'm having a little bit of a hard. I'm finding spiritual, but yet struggling with it. I want my own stuff that I used to push through with to myself.
Your own mind. Your own mind to connect with your spiritual.
So important. But what's interesting, and they've kept me in the abyss so long. That own mind that I crave is a gift from God that I can't have. Because I am all kind of wild. And it may be from what I don't know what to tell you guys, but
maybe it's like this, John. Maybe,
but at least if they would just let me alone, I would be a Jimmy Stewart. I would be a what does the Christian community call it? I'd want to testify and stuff, but it's so weird. Whatever kind of mind stuff, I just feel like being like, fuck you. I'm gonna be an asshole and mean curmudgeon. But even though I'm not, I don't take it on my coworker or even though my neighbor is weird. Dude, every TI has a fucking weird neighbor. It's just, it's guaranteed.
Oh, yeah.
But I make sure I don't take it out on coworker, and I'm like caught in purgatory, man. It is so spooky, especially for the atheist. I really do think you Christians have a leg up, man. And they are studying, like you've said and Brian has said, they are studying that mind. They are studying that Christian mind, and they are studying my atheist mind. They want to see if they can get you guys to sin, and they want to see if they can get me come crawling to my knees. And I think they've done something in between on us both, because I've got females that'll do, it's time to fucking have an erection. Like she'll go like this. She'll go, ignore me, like this weird ass little self-seductive ignore me. Like it's weird. Like you're getting all kinds.
My V2K is very.
You're probably stronger
because
you're a Christian. I feel
but this is the thing. You gotta realize with your V2K that like it's so psyopy. It gets really, because I have the woman on there that's like for me and she wants to help me. I think that is a psyop to keep us more subdued, to keep us more like, oh well, there's some good people, so I'll just. It kind of makes.
You're right about a psyop. And then when I get punched in the when I get punched in the head, I take it out on her, and then you have your bathhouse Asian shooting, and then they want you like some weird, just anti everything, and then when I realize what they're up to, I'm going opposite. I love women more. I love all the diversity more. And then what breaks my heart is all the mainstream narrative. You're a misogynist. You're a racist, and it's like, and to the TI, man, it is just bizarre. Yeah. And it's almost like, my grandmother passed away the 11th. I think she was remotely euthanized, but I'll leave that for another day. I don't have to see the mainstream news. I don't follow it. But what would happen, I'd get a lick when I went over there to take care of her. And thank God I don't have to watch mainstream news anymore, man. I just like watch things I like, video games, maybe a little bit of this or that, but I keep it really light.
Have you seen the new Justice League, the new edit of it, Zack Snyder's?
No, dude, that's why I love you, Kyle. You remind me of a good friend that passed, and I don't want to be creepy. You remind me of a good friend that passed away of mine named Jacob. He loved. No, I haven't watched. And Jacob would have probably made me watch that. Like I'd be watching it. I still like Doctor Who. You're more of a comic book head, and I love you for that, man. And that's your innocence, and that's why I love you. You are like a real dude like that. But tell me, I still actually, me and Jacob have a friend that named Michael, and he's still a comic book head. Tell me what you find significant about this new series. Go ahead, you're flowing.
Well, the new Justice League film. It was re-edited because Zack Snyder started the film. He shot all the shots, but then his daughter committed suicide during the filming of it.
Oh my God!
So Joss Whedon came in, did some reshoots, and then took all the stuff that Zack Snyder had been working on, and he made the final cut of the movie. So I guess after Zack Snyder went through all that tragedy in his family and stuff, he came back. He did reshoots, and he re-edited everything he had done and put it into a 4-hour movie, and it's completely different. It's so great, and I love it that. I don't love it that he had tragedy in his life, but it really screwed up the movie, that tragedy in his life. But then he came back, redid the same movie. I really like that. I really like how that new thing could take.
Yes.
Because years ago, you wouldn't. Yeah.
Go ahead, Kyle.
Mm-hmm.
No, man, this is your.
No, that was it. That was it.
Yeah.
No,
I'll check it out. I love what you recommend. I know you're a good dude. One of these nights, you really got to do your Serenity movie night.
Yeah. It's my number one movie.
Here's a big question as a fan of your show that a lot of guys and gals might want to know is where do we get Dave Case's CD, dude? Where can I purchase that for myself?
Get it.
I want to try it. I want to try it, dude. I want to try. I don't care if it's not the miracle thing, or I want to try it.
It's a miracle.
I want to try it.
Try it, and you need to let people know how it works for you. But it's antitinnitusv2.com.
Okay.
And that's
so
if you have remote neural manipulation. Yeah. Get that. Order it tonight. I think it's $15.
Sure.
You got to get the KOS headphones. They're KOS KTX1, but it'll show it on the website, and it is a miracle. You just have to listen to it a lot, and it doesn't sound great. It's like a.
I'm into weird. So yeah, dude. You don't know. I listen to weird shit. So
yeah.
No, yeah, we would. I just know a lot of fans have been wanting a link, and I'm glad you put one out there, man.
Cool. Yeah, that's helped me the most. It's the centerpiece of my defenses. And actually, I didn't listen to it last night. I woke up with my spine burning, and I felt cold and hot at the same time all over my body, and I was shaking. And so I said, okay, I gotta just use Dave Case CD. So for 4 hours, I just sat down in my chair, put on Dave Case CD, and I started to feel relief throughout my nervous system.
Yes.
It's like it was getting them off of my vestibular system. Because
good.
They're doing this biorelevant feedback loop through the inner ear to the brain to the body, right? And Dave Case's CD completely, it more than interferes with it. It's it does something to their weapon systems where it's it knocks them off, and they have to reconnect. They have to try and reconnect back in. It's truly, and Dave Case is like a man of God.
Oh, I know it. Mm-hmm. I actually heard a good episode of Ella 2 summers ago. That I knew that dude was pretty decent. I really did. But we all hear about we never get the link. There wasn't a proper, we've all wanted a proper link to get it. But yes, I know it. Yeah, he's a music fan. He's a bit of an audio engineer, and he's a good soul, man. You're right.
Mm-hmm. There's a recent interview with him. I think DePlume sent it to me. I don't know who was interviewing him. Let me see if I can find that and put it in chat, so you guys can hear a recent interview. But I know Romola D and Ella have both interviewed him. before, and he explains it very well. I think probably on
Yeah,
the
I caught him on
website.
that Ella, man. That, like, it was a good episode. He was like talking about like, I love old music, new music. I just love music, and he was like relating things to music, and I could just tell, like, I like if he has a product that I'm willing to try it, especially if it's only $15, and if it can mess up their program, because they do, I know this for a fact, ladies and gentlemen, they dial if you're real deal and you're really hurting, they're dialing in on what you hear, and if you can mess up their program on an audio level, give it to them.
Well, and it's even more than that. It's like because they're doing this frequency from the inner ear to the brain, which is running the remote neural manipulation or part of it. So it's like, I mean, it can make you feel like more like your emotions. It can kind of put you back to yourself more. You know, it's
that
huge,
sounds
man.
wonderful, Kyle.
I want you to like actually, listen to one of his interviews because he explains it to where you would understand, you'd understand the science of it. There's like a real hardcore science.
Give us links to it for his stuff, man. Like I'm willing to report. You know what I mean? Like give you an honest report and all that stuff, man.
And John, go to the website. There's like testimonies from TIs all over the world that have used it, and there's like a letter from a neuroscientist who actually says, it can stop tinnitus because it does some weird thing neurologically. So he's got all these testimonies and evidence and everything.
Beautiful.
It's really, really good.
Beautiful,
Yeah.
man. And that's why I love you, Kyle, man. Like you try to help. You play. You do it cool, man. You keep it professional. You even, a kind of a weirdo dude like me, I get a seat, I mean, I hate to even be like these pigs. I get it, but I get a platform. Let me call it a platform. Like it feels good. I feel better. Like you've actually saved lives right here, even though I was going to hold it down. But you've doubled up on saving lives, and if next week's show some other guy or gal gets on, that's wanted a shot. Wow, yeah, I mean this is good.
Well, and that's
really
what
positive.
I want to do this stuff so you guys. I mean, because well, and thank you, John, and you too. And like maybe it's like you come on here, you feel good when you can talk and get it out. And then maybe you'll want to just create a channel or something like that.
I might have to. I'm kind of a handsome guy, but I give you a run for. I'd love to, But you're
sure
right.
You would.
But what you're right about, Kyle. What's real in TIs, ladies and gents, and even Kyle, it's kind of it's a to-do list, right, Kyle? You take this seriously. Like I could tell, man. You make sure you give us some content. Like it's kind of a big to-do. It's psychologically a thing. And it's you got to be real with it.
We just got to be we got to be precocious, because this stuff is so crazy to talk about that we've kind of just got to say it sometimes. And I think what people want to do with this stuff is because I see other channels of like other TIs and they're talking around it. They're
well, Kyle. Here's one thing I want to ask you a quick question and get your response and be quiet. But what it is like you even told us before. Like if I put myself on here, am I extra DHS Fusion Center? I personally am riding hard, and I'm working a 40 to 48 hour a week job. I don't want to, you know what I mean? Like this is serious stuff, and I don't want to make a bunch of, you know what I mean?
No, you got to think about that. There are a lot of TIs with responsibilities, jobs. No, I would say if you've got responsibilities like a job or like a family that you're worried about, don't make a channel. Don't do those things because you might. I don't know. That's a tough one. I want everybody to speak out, but I just understand that targeted individuals have individual situations where it's like they can't just put themselves out there talking about this stuff with their face on on YouTube. I
Yeah.
completely understand that.
And just what I'm saying is just be careful, folks. Even though I'm here, I'm faceless, but I have my voice coming through. And God bless Kyle. But just be careful, ladies and gentlemen, if you're gonna do it, and just realize there could and probably will be psychological repercussions. And I'm all about keeping us safe, and like I hate giving them any kind of leeway. Like like just tune into Kyle and try to come on audio wise if you can.
Hmm. I'll do
You know
some
what I
more of
mean?
these. I like these, and I feel like targeted individuals get a turn to speak. I feel like sometimes with those big panels where we're just kind of partying and stuff, it's like the more forceful TIs speak, but then it leaves some of the more polite TIs. They can't talk about what they want to talk
Yes.
about.
Guys, come check out Kyle. Kyle, I wish, what I wish, Kyle, is you could have the YouTube tip. I can't tip PayPal, but I'd love to tip you YouTube, man. You are a cool dude.
Yeah,
But
YouTube took
we're
away all my
talking about,
monetization.
oh my goodness,
Yeah.
we're talking about sensitive stuff here, huh? For real.
I think they took away my monetization when I started talking about the CV virus. So I had talked about targeting for so many years. I think in 5 years I made $400 from AdSense, and then I started talking about CV and the pandemic and stuff, and they took away my monetization
Well,
immediately.
ladies and gentlemen, Kyle's real, and if you got PayPal, I don't. I'd love to tip Kyle at least. I give him a 10 spot tonight, but
Well, just come on.
Dude,
This helps.
dude.
Just giving a like, just giving a thumbs up, and leaving a comment really helps. But the
Yes.
deal is, I've been doing this so long that
Leave a thumbs up. I do, and try to leave something positive. Sometimes I get wacky. I'll have a night,
That's
and
okay.
if at all, keep it neutral.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
All this stuff is wacky. I just
Thanks,
stuff
Kyle.
is, and it's hard to know what you can and can't talk about. To get banned from like these social media platforms. I
Yeah.
think we can just do the best we can.
Try to keep it tight. Like ask. Yeah, I don't know, man, guys. Just I love you guys, and I'm so glad to have finally a say in it all, man. It's so beautiful.
This is great, man. You have a lot of great ideas, and I'm sure everybody's appreciative to hear like your struggle through this because
Thank
you're really strong. You're doing a lot of great things to mentally and spiritually to get through it. It's exactly
Yes.
what people need to hear.
And whatever doubts you may have on all these channels, like I'm real. Just try to find the silver linings in all things. The old saying, try to find the light in the dark, guys and gals. You got to. You got to.
Totally, amen. Totally, amen. There's still so much. Like, let me nerd out for a second. You remember in Lord of the Rings when Frodo's like, "What are we fighting for?" And Sam says, "There's so much good in the world, and it's worth fighting for." We get surrounded as targeted individuals. We get surrounded by negativity, gang stalkers, weapons, our attackers doing V2K in our heads, but this wide world, there's so much beauty and good things to fight for.
There are, man. Your fellow brothers and sisters, humans, are way more beautiful than you could ever imagine, and it will show you that. And if you're strong, and I just I hate to put like it is so weird, but I have seen so much beauty in humanity more than ever.
Mhm.
But I fear that other people are seeing other things. You've got to try to find it. You've got to even make yourself more complex than you are. Excuse me.
Yeah, evolve.
Yes.
You have to adapt and evolve. And it's like we've got to try, and this is the hardest thing because this is all consuming. This program is supposed to consume us, right? But we have to find a way to not let it consume us, right? I'm still battling that because it's like I'm targeted V2K. It's like it kind of paralyzes my life. I can do certain things, but I can't do everything that I want to do, right? And it's like we've got to have that balance battle to not be consumed by this darkness. You know.
Amen. That's a good one, Kyle. You're right, man.
Well, John, anything else you want to say? Somebody else is in the queue.
No, I'm happy. I'm happy to hear somebody new. Thank you, Kyle, and I love you. And maybe I'll see you around the bend, man.
Most definitely, John. Thank you for coming on, man.
Thank you, man, and God bless everyone out there. And please, ladies and gentlemen, hold it down and just find God, find some positivity in your life. I love you, Kyle. Listen to Kyle. If anybody scares you, you got Kyle, man. Just whatever. I love you guys. I love Kyle. I love my community, and I love you, man. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, John. God bless. I love you too, brother.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, I'll talk to you soon, brother.
Okay, God bless.
All right. Hello?
Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I don't know why that camera's not on. Hold on, let me fix it.
Let's see. You got that background going?
I do. Is it working?
No, I just see black. Do you have your camera covered? You could just talk if you want. You don't have to put the camera on if you don't want to.
Well, that's odd. It is on, but yeah, it's on my phone, so I'm staring at my computer and I'm on my Apple phone, but it said the sound might lag, so I'm sorry if it lags.
Well, we can hear you. That's good to know.
Yeah.
So you doing okay?
I'm doing good. It was a hard day. It was a really hard day. I had a lot of external hits, but I got a lot done. I was able to actually work, so that was good.
Nice.
And the volume down because I'm hearing an echo, so I'm sorry.
You're hearing an echo? I have my headphones on.
Yeah, so I'm really glad to be here. Thank you so much for letting me be on your panel today.
Well, you're welcome. I'm glad to have you on here. We were just kind of chatting about everything, so it's just whatever you want to talk about, Yeah,
I don't have anything specific other than I think the most recent update was Ella's channel. She had a guest on there that had a silver scarf that worked really well, so.
Wait, who?
Ella's channel, she had a guest on there that wanted to get out that silver scarves work very well for defenses. So
Okay.
I thought that was really good.
So where can people go to watch Ella's interviews? Is it just Patreon?
No, she's still on her YouTube channel, so I thought that was really good. She posted it this week, so I thought that was really good for people to go to. And he was actually a really big tech guy, so I thought that was interesting. So. Okay.
Were you the one that was telling me about Dave Case was having an interview with somebody? Somebody texted me that.
I would love to see his interview. I've never seen him online before, so I'd love to see his interview online. So.
Yeah, he doesn't have a channel or anything, but he does like interviews with Ramola, and other TIs like every once in a while,
Really?
Mhm.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
I'm sorry,
I definitely.
My camera's not working.
Well, now it's showing the avatar. It looks like it's on, but no, it's just showing black. I don't know if it's covered up or is there a setting? Maybe I can do a setting on here.
I don't know. I wish it would fix because.
I mean, I can't. It's fine. It's fine.
It's okay. Maybe the settings.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm getting some lag, but that's okay. But yeah,
you're still getting an. Are you still getting an echo?
I'm getting the static, so I'm getting the snow.
Okay.
Static. It's like crunching noise, but.
I can hear that. Like I can hear it's like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It said it should fix itself, so hopefully it will.
What is that? Like what? Like that sound, that staticky sound.
Phone next to my laptop, so that might be why.
It's like the yeah. It could actually even be your attackers like hitting hitting the camera or something like that.
I don't know, but I don't know if I told you or not, but this week we had an attack on our network systems, and we actually had to take the computers in because it was so bad. So,
like all the computers at y'all's house?
The main computer, we had to take it in. We had to take it in to a computer guy, and he had to like system restore it and transfer everything to a new computer because it was so bad.
Okay.
So that was interesting.
So they just like shut down y'all's network, y'all's whole computer network?
I think it was a Trojan because they took control over the administrator role, which is unusual because I tried to reset the network identifiers and it wouldn't let me. It said, you're not an administrator. So I don't know what happened. I don't know if it was some outside hacker or what. But
yeah. My attackers can hack into my PS4 and they can, a big signal will come off. The Wi-Fi was disconnected. So they disconnect my PlayStation 4 from wireless, and then they can freeze the whole thing up. So what they tried to do this. I'm playing this game where it's like you have to do a bunch of stuff and save it, and they tried to turn my wireless off, then freeze the game up and corrupt the data on my PlayStation 4 to try and wipe all that save data of like a week of gameplay off. It didn't work, but I know they were trying to do that because it's like it said like data corruption, all the files on the PS4. It's like because I've been playing that game a lot, they just have to intrude like on anything that you're doing, you know.
Yeah, it's really frustrating because that never happened before. When I had before I had the TI channel, that never happened. So it's really frustrating that happens now. But
yeah,
I guess that's just part of it.
It is. I get attacked so much harder for doing this, but there's a balance to it. You feel a lot better being able to talk about this stuff and get it out, and building like a group of people that are like-minded about this, about what we're going through. You know, it helps so much.
Yeah, it really does. It's amazing how big of a support system that we have, and I think that we're really lucky to have it, especially. All the things that we have to go through as targeted individuals. And I'm really grateful that there's a big community because I don't know what we would do if there wasn't. It just would be so hard. And I'm really grateful. And I know that a lot of people are making strides. So I'm grateful for that. So.
Yeah. What do you think about like the UN stuff, the State Department stuff? Do you think we might strike oil on that?
I think we will. I think we will eventually. I'm not sure what's going on with them now because you watch all the other propaganda and then they're having trouble with border wars and all that. I've been watching Alex Jones lately, and of course he's very controversial, so don't hold me to that. But he's been casting stones at the UN and Biden and their border wars policy and how they're transferring people in and out that need refuge. So, but I think that we will. I think because we had one before, right? So we have the church committee precedent. So I think that we'll eventually have another precedent, and I think that it will have to be at a specific time, and I think it'll probably be after BCIs are commercialized. I think that's what will happen.
You think So they're gonna like commercialize a bunch of branded computer interface stuff for video games, like Neuralink and all that kind of stuff, and then you think it's like, then like after that maybe they'll be like, okay, well, we're finished with the experimentation, and then.
Yeah, I think they will because then everybody will have their own remote BCI, right, or not remote BCI. Everybody will have a personal BCI, or majority of people will have a commercialized BCI. Not that they don't already, not that they're probably not victimized, but who's to say that? But I think that once that comes out, then they'll have to, because it's too big of a liability. Like if you think about it, then how do you have all these people in the United States, whether it's military, industrial or not, whether it's a regular person on just victimizing another person? Think about how big of a liability that is for our government. It's huge. Because that's access points for anybody to infiltrate. And I think that that's just, it's getting out of control. There's too many people being targeted. one is too many, but you know what I'm saying. Like, it's ridiculous, and I don't know how they're going to keep up with it. I really don't.
In the plume, like I was talking about the CIA guy that got hit in a Moscow hotel. Like he's come back to America. He's been back in America for 3 years, and he's still getting headaches, still getting like regular headaches. So it's like looking into that. It's like Russian intelligence is remote neural monitoring him in America while he's talking to all these intelligence agencies and everything. So it's like every country is like hooked in to their other special agents like coming into other countries' heads. So I mean they have to do something about it. It's getting so out of hand. The directed energy Cold War is just becoming so brutal, and it's like kind of overflowing into the.
Yeah.
That's kind of how I see it.
Yeah, we're all connected. So yeah, you can definitely, if that's the case, then he's definitely being silent. Yeah, remote neural monitor, like you said, like it's more quiet in the background. But obviously, if he's still getting headaches, he's still.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm not 100% sure he's still getting hit, but that's just kind of what I theorize because. Like the way that he talks about it, he's like, man, it's still going on. It's like really damaged me bad. And at the beginning of my targeting, I would leave the apartment that it was like really, really bad. Parents' house, I'd still be getting the ring in my ears, but they changed it up to be like intermittent, where it'd be like a couple of minutes, then it would go away, and I was like, oh, it must have damaged my ears. So they did the exact same protocol to me, where I went away and they wanted me to think that the weapons had just damaged my body, but they weren't still hooked up to me. And they did that. I think I got fooled by that for like maybe a year, and then I realized, oh, they're hooked up to me all the time, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, because we definitely know if it had stopped, then it stops immediately, because by the way we're targeted, when they stop targeting you, you get your natural body back, and it's immediate. So definitely we know that, or maybe some of us do. I don't know, but how everybody else is targeting us. But I know that some of us do know that. So
yeah, I mean, I think with people who've only been going. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead, Luke.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. So I think that's really interesting. So, but yeah, hopefully it has some stride and some momentum enough to help us in the future. I think it will.
I do too. I don't know exactly how it's going to play out, but it's like it's really hopeful. It's going to stir some things up, you know.
Yeah.
About this. I don't know exactly if it's just going to end the program, but we're going to be headed in the right direction for it. Most definitely.
I think so. So yeah, I just started my channel. It's called TIville.
TIville, and you've been doing a bunch of live streams, huh?
I have done a few. So I'm really thankful for everybody that's come to that channel. I've mostly talked about my targeting and a few defenses and a few outlets. You know, the outlets, Hacks and all those guys, Ella and everybody. Basically gave the links for everybody, so if anybody new came to the channel, then they have an outlet.
That's a good idea. That's a really good idea.
Because there's new people every day, and they may just like, you know, come into the chat and not know what to do. So I tried to do that, and then I tried to talk about current events, like the FCC is doing a survey of what broadband is in the area for all areas in the United States. So that's a new thing, a new project that they have going on. So that'll be interesting. Basically,
you know, I saw that. You know what I was thinking about that? I was thinking, like, that's awesome. It's going to give the public, you know, some information about, like, you know, broadband in the area, certain wireless. But then I was like, are they just going to leave all of the military frequencies off of that? You know, that's kind of what I was thinking. I'm like, any frequencies like this that are like top secret, they're not going to reveal those to the public. You know.
No, yeah, it's basically internet providers. So they're basically going to be like, I don't know if you've ever moved to an apartment and you got a welcome book and it said, here are your provider options. You get, such and such electric, you get this electric, or you get this electric, and you have 3 options. So they're basically surveying that like a phone book, basically, is what I got from it. So
Okay.
so they're listing providers in each area. So they're surveying what providers are in what area. So that's what they're doing.
Right, but it's not going to give any kind of like frequencies that would be hitting us. Would it give us any of that information at all? Or
I don't
no?
know. I found it odd that they're just now like surveying areas. So say like if they surveyed your area and they only had like one utility provider, one communications, or one internet provider in your area, and they resurveyed it, then all of a sudden you have 4 internet providers. Well, that's a big update, right? So, I mean, if they should already know that, right? Because they're supposed to be tracking all of the frequencies. Like, that's their job, right? So, I thought it was odd. I thought it was an odd article for something.
Yeah,
Come
I think a
across.
lot of stuff is like, yeah, I think a lot of stuff they're trying to put out to the public in kind of a trickling way.
Yeah.
So it's odd stuff coming out, but it's like they're trickling things out so people kind of understand, what frequencies are doing what. But I feel like it's never in any way to be like helpful about the really, really bad stuff
No, yeah, it was a fluff.
that the military industrial complex is doing.
Yeah, it was definitely a fluff piece.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was interesting.
Did you want to talk about, because you're always talking about solar winds, and I never talked about it on a video. Did you kind of tell people like the general thing that's going on with solar? Is it solar winds?
I
And
think
it got hacked?
they infiltrated some third-party contractor in Texas, and there was a lot of bad hacks in Texas this past year. So,
But what was it that they hacked into? Like solar winds, can you tell people what that is?
they just released it, but I think it was an app. I'm not certain. I couldn't definitively tell you, but I think it was a third-party contractor, and
Yeah, that's what I meant.
they used like fake admin or fake email or some kind of like fake username to hack into it, and then they basically got admin capabilities, so they were able to cross traffic and do whatever they want and like go through whatever files they wanted. They said it wasn't like the secure files. It was just basically so it was a database, I guess, and they just were able to hack into any database they want because they had a username. So they got username access.
Okay.
Were able to hack into it. But it said that in some of the articles that I'd read, it affected the Treasury. So I guess they hacked the IRS. I'm not sure, but
Really?
I know that would be the first time that's happened, but
Did any of the hacking
I'm
groups
sure.
like hack into satellites or anything like that?
What?
Did any of the like hacking groups hack into satellites or anything like that? Can't remember.
It didn't say that SolarWinds was satellite based. I think it was more router based, but I'm not really sure. I know there are satellite hackers, and they're called feed hunters.
Okay.
Basically broadcast really bad stuff. So I do know there are satellite hackers because satellite encryption is really behind the times, and they're really trying to get up and up on that along with drone technology. So they do that soon to help us because we don't. I mean, I know a lot of conjecture says that it is military industrial, and it may be, but
Just the evidence that's 100% right. But
yeah.
I mean, I know, I know that you disagree that it's not the military, that it could be somebody else, but it's like, it is.
It seems like human trafficking to me. I don't think our government would rape us. But that's just me. Maybe it's just the rape that's I'm blocked by the rape, I guess. I don't get it.
But this is the thing, in like, you know, I'm not like, I just want to ask, like, how could it be so organized and it's targeted for like decades, right? What kind of, this is just a question, but let me finish my question, Bloom.
Okay, go ahead.
What kind of group would have those kind of resources to do it for so long? And it's just I'm not trying to like, you know, oh, you're wrong and blah blah. I'm just like really just asking that. Yeah. So okay, cool.
Okay, Playboy. Think about those people. Think about how big they were marketed.
Playboy?
Yeah, think about Hustler. Think about how much human trafficking and how much sex sells. If you think about it, it's really not that far out there to think that maybe it is somebody besides government. Who knows? There might be some kind of back channel that we have no idea ever existed. Because if you think about it, people, since the span of the internet, have been online for all kinds of reasons, and I don't think it's out of the question to think that it's not government. So.
But why would the government try and cover it up if it's not the government? And these are seriously, I'm not trying to be like, you're wrong, blah blah blah. I mean, but this is it to me. It's just like, man.
Okay, so you hear, from what I've read, they have a problem with drones, so they can't actually visualize drones in an area. So say they isolate us as human trafficking victims and they have a drone over our house or some shit. They're not actually able to see that. They can't pick drones up in the area. So I don't know if they'd be able to pick up on it. I really don't. I don't know if it'd be made unanonymous or not. I don't know that.
So your thing is just like, you're like saying, well, it could be the military-industrial complex.
I think it's probably
but you're like,
a mixed bag. I think it's a mixed bag. I think it's probably everybody that has the high tech and everybody that's robbed the high tech that.
Well, see, in a way, I'm sorry for interrupting. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, yeah, I think it's a mixed bag. I think there's probably military-industrial. And, like, you've heard stories about people being on Ella where a guy was in a hotel room zapping her with an actual physical neurophone or some kind of device. So you've got those types of people. And then you've got hackers that hack government. So obviously they're going to probably try to use it, too, for their ill will. So I think it's probably a mixed bag. I think it's a mixed bag.
I kind of I think I agree with you that it's not government, and it's like these contractors are brand new. It's like this Frankenstein military-industrial complex. So it's like private businesses with military clearances. So it's not government, you know. So I think in a way I agree with you.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah.
But I do think it's like they get government funding. You know, like black projects from the Pentagon and DARPA, without the government even knowing what they're putting money into. You know, because you gotta in the Senate, you got a directed energy weapon caucus. Like you got a directed energy weapon caucus, and they decide how much funds to put into, contractors manufacturing and doing research with directed. It's like some of that money could actually go to black projects to experiment on people, but the Senate, the caucus that allocates this money has no clue, just has no clue about it.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think they do either. I think it's really sad.
Yeah, it's really like me and John were talking about earlier. It's like a real desecration of humanity and like what this country stood for, right? Like, you don't mess with people. You leave people alone that aren't doing anything wrong. You help those in need. You defend yourself if there's evil people trying to come on your property or get to you or anything. And it's just inverted it to be like, oh, we picked some innocent civilian to be experimented on. Let's dogpile. Let's get the gang stalking going. And it doesn't matter if this guy or woman is good or bad, right? We're gonna try and harass them, surveil them, destroy their life, and microwave their brain. And it's like it doesn't even matter. It doesn't matter if you're good or you're bad. It's just gonna, they're gonna keep doing it.
Yeah, it's like the worst anthropologists out of control. So they really have, you can tell they've really studied human behavior, and they use sex and drive. So they use sex and food against you. They use really anthropology tactics against you, and
the social sciences.
Yes, behavioral sciences. So they're really tracking your behavior, and it seems kind of like data mining to me. It's like, why are you still tracking behavior in this way? Why is it that you're interfering with our behavior and then continue to track it? Like, it seems removed from how an anthropologist should actually work, and it seems removed from how anybody should carry on, because it's wrong. It's wrong. It's so removed, and it's so wrong.
Check this out, DePlume. It's like, so my attackers are like, remote viewing my brain, basically, using directed energy to kind of map out the brain and see what my brain's doing. But they're not just mapping the brain. They're V2K'ing, damaging the brain, and then trying to look at it. So they're not going to get, they're not going to learn about the brain. They're going to learn about the brain of somebody that's being harassed, raped, tortured, but they're not going to just get somebody's brain who's not tortured. But the thing that I think is that there are other programs running where they're like people who don't even know that they have directed energy going into their head. They monitor their brain. They don't do anything to them. They just monitor them and stuff like that. And they don't even know. They don't even know that they have directed energy that's that's monitoring the brain or anything like that.
Yeah.
So I think, and I also think there's programs where they're taking people and they're doing only positive stuff. Like they're taking directed energy and they're giving that person more energy, more happiness, making their brain work better and stuff like that. But they're not letting those people know either. And those people probably don't want to complain because their life is so much better. So that's the really sad thing, is I think there are positive programs where they're doing this stuff, and it's giving people almost superhuman thinking and stuff like that. But then we get the just torture to death, and we're going to brain hobble you and everything like that.
Yeah. I definitely think that's weird, because I have seen some articles where they're that have said, or maybe not articles, but maybe hearsay of people that have said that they use us to mine energy, and I thought that was strange.
I've heard the loosh, they're getting loosh or something like that, but I don't know, that there's a scientific thing. I don't think it's really an energy vampire, sucking out the energy. But it does there. When my psychotic murderers who are hitting me with microwaves, they get amped up and they feel good for hurting me, and then I feel weakened, right? So there is a kind of a science of my attackers being kind of feeding off energy and stuff like that. But it's not necessarily energy vampire, I'm taking your energy or something like that.
Yeah. I had that issue today. I was trying to work, and they tried to numb everything, and it's really annoying. It's just keep walking, just keep going.
Yeah. Just keep
the
punching.
wheel.
Did you actually have to go to work, or do you do the Amazon stuff?
No, I didn't have to work. It was optional, but I really want to try to continue on in case I need the money, right? So
yeah, that's smart.
Keep saving and just stay active, stay positive, stay moving. Rolling stone gathers no moss. So
yeah, that's it.
Just try to continue on. Mm-hmm. Edit it all out.
Maybe she'll come back. DePlume, you got knocked off, but if you come back in, we can keep talking. I'll go ahead and put the invite in, and somebody can can get in the queue, but if DePlume comes back, I'm gonna get her back on though. So she's doing live streams, and DePlume is going through this, and she still gets stuff done in her life. She's a real fighter. So this is T.I.ville is her channel, and she's speaking out bravely, and I encourage that. I encourage everybody to speak out. On the flip side, like if it really hurts your life, this is the thing. What Neil said, Neil DeChevre, he said, determine or choose your own level of involvement, right? So like I really push it, even when my attackers are just like crushing me. I just kind of push it because I'm dumb. I'm just dumb in that way. I don't want to give them that victory of solid, but I probably will. It'll probably get pretty bad to where I have to take breaks. I've taken a month break, but it's like, do activism until it's too much, your attackers are just hurting you, then take a break, then come back to it, right? And I think that it's really hard with the kind of social media we have nowadays to like be successful and grow a channel. You have to do consistent all the time, right? And if you're gone for like months, it's like, you might come back, and a lot of people lost your channel in their feed. They, even if they're subscribed, they won't get recommended your stuff. But it's like we have to do this stuff. That's what I would say, because there's a lot of targeted individuals, and there she is. Let's get DePlume back in here. Right there. Let me unmute you. Hey DePlume, you're back on, but you have to unmute yourself.
Okay, do you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. You got knocked
off.
Sorry,
I'm in a lightning storm right now.
Okay. Can you stay on?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I'm in a lightning storm right now, so it's really, really pretty.
Yeah, it's storming. Getting a lot of rain.
Yeah, it's really pretty. It's over the lake, and you can see the lightning cast over the lake. It's really pretty.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So, sorry. Sorry that's causing interference.
No, I don't think so. I just heard the crackling earlier.
Yeah, that's probably what it is. It's probably storm interference, so I don't think it has anything to do with hacking or anything like that. So. I just wanted to say thank you for everything that you do and the life that you are, and I think it's amazing how much support you provide the community, and I'm really grateful for your channel, and I'm really grateful for the community that we have, and I think that we'll continue to make strides and grow and probably become bigger than what we're dealing with eventually, and just really be proactive in what this technology can do and what it shouldn't do, hopefully. And that may be what we're being led to. Hopefully it is. Hopefully eventually they'll poof away with the hate. So I don't think there's a place for hate. I don't think there's a place for divisiveness. And I really hope that people know that. And I'm really grateful for everything that you've done in the community. I'm really grateful for the motivation that you've provided me to help others. And I think that you're a light. And I just want to say thank you.
Yeah, and I want to say thank you, for stepping up and being so brave, to speak out about this stuff. And what I was saying, I was just like, I love it that you're speaking out, but I'm like, if your attackers, if they hurt you for doing it, it's like, then just take a break. I just worry about that. Hopefully that won't happen. Hopefully it's just the same, because I was thinking about it, and I was like, if I work or I do anything productive, my attackers kind of really turn up the torture, and then when I do videos, they turn up the torture. So I'm like, well, if I just get a job instead, they're still going to torture me really bad, So it's like anything productive you do, they get kind of angry about.
I think it's really random. I think it's really random, but for the past month, it's been really bad. It's been really bad with external hits for the past month for some reason. I don't know why. I'm going on my second year, so I was first targeted in February, Valentine's Day of last year. And then, so this is my first year since Valentine's Day, and they've really upped the external hits. They won't, because I've seen other targeted individuals and they're like, I'm going to the gym or I'm going for a run. I'm like, why can't I do that? Like, that's all I want to do is just eat and gain weight and be healthy, bulk, and just do great things, make great strides. And I haven't really been able to do that. It's really frustrating.
You have. I mean, you're like starting a business. You're speaking out.
Yeah.
I think that's just a feel. I have that feeling sometimes too, even when I'm doing a lot of stuff. I kind of want to do more of what I want to do, you know, in the way that I want to do it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But you're doing a whole lot. I mean, you're getting a whole lot done, you know.
Yeah, it's been really hard. I don't know why it says. I feel like there is something going on in chat that's not me, that broadcasted as me, so I'm sorry if that happened.
What
But
do you
yeah,
mean?
it's really hard, but you just have to push through it. You find it. I think that's the main thing, is that you just find it. You find that extra energy. You find it, and just you find it. And if you can do nothing else than just eat or sleep, or read, or just drink water, just be good to yourself, and just find it. And I think that's the main thing to tell people. Get a cold rag, get, you know, some rubber defenses, get some defenses that help you, and just find that extra energy, and just sleep is so big. And regardless if you're getting manipulation through sleep, just know it's not you. Just know that that's not you, and you can still sleep, and just know that it's not you if they're manipulating that. But that's not always the case, and I don't think it's the case in a lot of people, so I don't think that you have to worry about that. But I know that just be good to yourself, and continue on and find it. You're stronger than you know, and we're stronger together, and continue in the community and be as active as you can, and we'll make it through. We will.
Yeah. So true. That's really good advice. Yeah, and it's important, like, for target individuals to realize when they're getting artificial negativity and stuff, that's not you. You know, that's your attackers doing that to you. And for us to be aware and take responsibility for what's going on really with us, but then, like, cast all that stuff off that our attackers are doing. I think that's really good advice.
Yeah. There's no place for hate. There's no place for divisiveness. Even if you're paranoid about it, there's no place to bring that up. There's no place to put a light on that, because there's just no place for it. It's not going to do any good. It's not going to bring peace to anybody. I think the most peaceful path is to just bring light and hope, and be happy, and continue on, and find the good in everything that you can do, and find hobbies that deter you from your targeting as much as possible, and continue to move to the community when you're happy, and when you can help people in the community, and broadcast good news or important news, and just continue to move forward in a light, like John said earlier, the guy you're in. So I think that was awesome.
I agree. Yeah, and I think like accusing other people and stuff like that, you know, I think we need to not do that, and just, you know, study and get concrete evidence of, like, what's going on, like COINTELPRO, Christ, you know, before we say anything like that, you know.
I don't think you're going to be able to edit that out, because I think a lot of that is mind control. So I think that's expected.
Yeah.
So I think that people in the TI community should expect that, and take it as a grain of salt, because that's what it is. It's a grain of salt. And I think that should be expected, and I don't think that you should get your feelings upset about it. It's just part of it, because people are targeted around us all the time at various times at different times. I just think it's something you should take as a grain of salt, and I think that should be expected.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think that you should get upset about it, because it's just part of the mind control orchestration. So if they're not mind control orchestrating, then they're zapping you with external hits, and if they're not zapping you with external hits, then they're remote neural monitoring you with, you know, crazy loops is what I call it, because they're like V2K'ing or not V2K'ing and just interfering with your thought pattern, and it's just something that just comes with the territory, right? So I think that that's just something that should be expected, and you shouldn't get upset about it, and you shouldn't get heightened over it, because it's just like, yeah, that happened. Yeah, that's terrible. I'm not going to bring light to it because it's not a light, and just move past it. But yeah, I get that there's orchestrations, and it's unfortunate, but I think it's part of it, and you just have to move forward and say, yeah, that's terrible. Yeah, that happened. But we can move past it because we're better than that.
Yeah, and the main thing is just to be moving forward.
Yes.
You know, not to get bogged down in things that are going to distract us, so we're not keeping our eye on the prize of this program being shut down, you know.
Yeah.
Or at the very least, getting medical attention. Like, because that's where those government workers are at. They're going to Walter Reed. You know, the intelligence agencies are like, we need to take care of our people in government. We deserve at the very least, what they're getting, you know. So
yeah.
I
would like to see more communications regulated, and not have this in the private sector. I think communications should be more regulated.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe not. I don't know. I'm not sure about that. But I think that we shouldn't be going through this. And our communications, I don't know, because we have
things should be
Wi-Fi throughout our house right now, right? So we have Wi-Fi throughout our house right now.
We have Wi-Fi everywhere we go. If you like, there's a special camera that you can actually see electromagnetic energy. This guy KJ on the Scariest Movie Ever showed it, but I could never find how to camera. If we can find that, game over. Yeah, and it exists, Bloom. And you see, like in a school, there was this picture of a stairs. There was like this huge cloud of electromagnetic frequency, just like a bunch of different Wi-Fis, like in a school, just filling up the school.
Wow.
So that's something we could look for. Everybody
amazing.
In chat. Yeah, there's like a specific camera, and you'd probably be able to find it, you know, because you're a good researcher.
Yeah, you'll have to send me the link, and I'll look for it.
Yeah, I'll send you KJ's video. I've got to look for it. I hope he didn't take it down. But literally, it was this guy, and he had this special camera that could actually, you could see it in different colors. You could see the wireless, and it would travel in like waves.
Wow.
But then there'd be these huge clouds of electromagnetic
kind of like
frequency.
A heat seeker, but not a heat seeker. It's more of an optic seeker.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
If we
What's
could
really
find
interesting is that when I first was targeted, or before I knew I was targeted, I started seeing like purple vision. And I know it sounds really weird, but if you've ever seen like a photograph that's like blue and gray and high contrast, that's what it looked like. So it looked like somebody took a picture of my surroundings, and it was like blue and gray. So if you've ever had like a film negative, it was like a film negative. That's basically what it was. So I started having flashes of film negatives. And it was like 3 times, or maybe 4 times I saw things in like film negatives before I was targeted. And then I was targeted in December. I'm pretty sure I was targeted in December. And then they V2K'd me in February. So I think they started doing this like film negative thing with my retinas, because I think they were sending retina frequencies at me. I don't know if you know about retina frequencies, but they can like move your retina to make starburst in your eyes or whatever like that. But I
Yeah.
think they were messing with my retinas first to entrain me.
Well,
I think they use your eyes to entrain you, and then they use sound, and then they use frequencies constantly at your head to give you like that bobblehead to entrain you. I'm not certain, but I think that's part of it, and I thought that was really weird that I had that experience of like a film negative type flash a couple times before all this came upon me. I kept looking it up. I'm like, why am I having purple vision? Why do I see this? Like, it looked like a film negative, if you've ever looked at film negatives. So it's like blue and gray. It was really weird. I know that sounds out there, but that's really what happened. So
now I've heard a lot of people talking about that.
Kind of looked like an X-ray.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, I heard like on Lookout for Charlie's like forum, a lot of people were saying they see purple dots like when they close their eyes. Like I don't experience that. Like I get hit in the eyes. Like I can tell like when I don't have my polarized sunglasses on, my attackers can make me like feel like real negative just from the streams of energy to my eyes. You know, but people were talking about purple, seeing purple dots in their vision.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
That's wild. I don't see it anymore. It was just part of my initial. I think it's part of my pre-entrainment or part of my entrainment. They did that to where it was like a film negative or an X-ray type thing where maybe they were sending like X-ray type photonics or something, and just. I don't know. It was really weird.
Yeah.
I've never seen purple vision before, but it was purple. It was like you're sitting in a room with me right now, and if you've ever seen that computer screen where everything goes gray and blue and everything looks like an X-ray, so you like freeze frame it in a picture, and that's what you would see, and then it'd go away.
So it was like everything. Like everything had a purple haze.
Everything looked like a film negative or an X-ray. So you're looking at something, and all of a sudden you see an X-ray or a film negative, and then you blink a couple times, and then it goes away. It was really weird, but that's what happened to me before I was targeted.
Okay.
And I couldn't figure it out, and I kept looking up purple vision. There's nothing on purple vision. The only thing I found was like it may be your retina's detaching, but then that's not purple vision. That's white spots in your eyes, and it's like that's not happening. So I don't know what the hell it is. I don't know, and I kept talking to it about the people that I knew, and they're just like, I don't know, you're weird, I guess. I don't know. And
like your V2K.
No, it was before that. It was about 4 or 5 months before that. It happened way before that. So. Okay. Yeah, way before that. So.
My introduction to this was just like high pitched ringing in my ears that I felt like my head was gonna explode. But like it's like they do different stuff to a lot of people, you know. So.
Yeah. I didn't have that. I had, because I was a housewife, so I had, I thought something was wrong with my house, so I thought it was old lights. So I'd hear buzzing of lights. So I would hear an old fluorescent light, and I would just be like, ugh, you need to change that fluorescent light. Like, it's so bad. Like, it's so loud. So
yeah.
And I'd sit in the same spot every day. So you're sitting on a couch on a couch that's supported by a main wall. So you're sitting on a couch with a big wall behind you, and then you have a fluorescent to your left, and you can just hear it buzzing, and it's just buzzing and buzzing and buzzing. Like you can hear the light buzzing, or you can hear the TV buzzing, or you could hear little nuances in the background. And I think that was the start of it, and I think that's really sad that that's what they do, and I think that's part of it.
Yeah.
Because I had never had that before. I'd never had that problem before, and it had nothing to do with the house. The house was old, but it wasn't like it was the house. And its, structure, what was going on in the house. It was actually probably me hearing them in the background when they first started it up, because, they data dump you, and they can data dump you without you even knowing it. And I just think that's really weird, and it's scary.
Mm-hmm. I've experienced that when I had the ringing sound in my ears. I would listen to my computer, and everything would be super loud. Like, this was before the noise canceling hearing aids, like many, many years ago. So I experienced the ring in the ears, but sometimes it would like stop a little bit, but then I would hear everything like really amped up. Like what you're talking about with the fluorescent light. I would turn on a YouTube video or something, and it would be like blaring in my ears. It was really weird.
Yeah, I definitely think that they can sound warp, like from what I've experienced in my targeting. Okay, say you're outside and you see a tree. They can place sound at that tree. They can place a fake bird, not that it would be a fake bird, but they can place sound at a distance. So they can warp sound around you. And it's really scary because it's like a heightened not sensual, but it affects your senses obviously, but they can place sound at a distance, and I call it sound warping. They definitely stack sound over white noise. So if you have a fan on, they'll be like following the fan's vibe. So blah, 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 blah. The fan is blowing this way. The fan is blowing this way. The fan is blowing this way. And most people today in technology, they don't study white noise. They don't study that low pitch of white noise. They've only studied, regular radio waves and regular shit. So there's no way for a common day, everyday radio person to figure that out unless you let them know that there's sound stacking. And there's a term for that, and I wrote it down, but I don't have it right now, and I'm sorry, I wish I did. But
yeah, how I've learned it, like, it's like my V2K can sound like it's coming from fountains, or they can do like sounds of footsteps, or it sounds like footsteps are coming from a hall. And how I know it is it's noise induction. It's not actually the sound being there, but it's a process of going through your ear. You hear it all the way over there. It's kind of complicated. It's not like the sound's coming from the water, or they're bouncing it off of it, but they're doing something to how you hear the water. When you're hearing the water in the fountain going through to your ears, then they're putting something else in it where it sounds like it's bouncing off the water. So it's like noise induction. Everybody look up noise induction. And then like they'll do the V2K where it sounds like it's coming from the running water or something. It's called voice induction. So but it's actually a process. You're hearing the water flowing, it's coming to your ears, and then they're doing something in your inner ear, your ear, to where you're hearing the other noise, but it sounds like it's coming from that thing.
Yeah, I think they do that with I think it's sound and eye based mostly. So I think that they direct your eyes to follow that water, and they're like, hey, look at this water. This water is making this sound. And then it's just like, I don't want to look at this water. I don't care about the sound. Like, it's ridiculous. So,
Yeah.
I think it's hard. It's really hard. But you know that there's no sound. There's no voice in your head. You are silent. You're at peace. Remove every person and everybody from this world right now. Picture yourself on an earth with no one around. You're at peace. There's no one here. Peace is. peace will always be. So the most important thing to remember is that you can remove yourself from that situation at all times, because peace just is.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's the most important message that we can send to anybody. Walk away.
Yeah.
Peace is. There's no reason to get involved in any experience around you if it's heightened. Walk away.
I think that's good advice. Most definitely. Now, if we can just walk away from the directed energy that's trained on us. But I mean, you like what you said, we can kind of do that with our perception in our mind. Even if it's like V2K or something we can't physically get away from, we can get away from it spiritually and mentally as much as we can, you know?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that the people probably that we're dealing with have been so physical and so trapped that it's hard for us because they put that upon us at all times and just like overload everything that we have to deal with. And I don't know, I think that you just remember that you can be in silence and be okay. It's gonna be okay. So, yeah.
Do you ever experience silence in, you know, where it's like you're not being bombarded by V2K or anything like that? Do you have moments where it's like everything's quiet or anything?
I've had a couple moments where my V2K went silent and I just cried. I was so thankful. I was like,
oh man.
I was like
Yeah.
Mother Teresa, and I'm like on the floor praying, like, thank you so much. They gave me silence. Like, just, it was so great and it was so amazing. But it's been few and far between, but there definitely is that.
Oh, your camera came on.
I'm getting interference here, but I'm still in a lightning storm, so.
Okay. I heard a zip.
Oh, I don't know
You
what's
zip.
going on with the camera there.
Yeah, I
What is
wish
that?
like I've heard people who have V2K and it's like more manual, and they'll get like a couple of days, you know, where the V2K goes silent. I wish I had that, because my attackers do the chatterbox where it's like they set it up to be automatic, even if they're not there physically, it'll just still be running, you know, like the dude saying stuff and the lady saying stuff.
Yeah, so.
Okay, well, DePlume, did you have anything else that you wanted to tell everybody? I think I'm gonna. It's like
Yeah,
1
it's
o'clock
really late.
here,
Yeah.
so
It's
we've been
time.
going for about 4 hours, you know. But
Yeah.
like we can talk a little while longer if you had some other stuff you wanted to talk about.
No, I mean, I ordered some books, so hopefully I'll be showcasing some books on my channel. And I ordered a Raspberry Pi, and I ordered a dummy for a Raspberry Pi. Don't think it'll lead anywhere because obviously it's probably satellite or drone based, so I don't think I can.
But can
Direct
maybe
that.
maybe you can keep some information on that maybe it's not hackable, you know. Maybe your attackers won't be able to get into it, you know.
Probably not, because if they're in our network, then, and if I attach that to the network to try to use the internet, then probably it's just like mail system, right? So we need like doves, you know, we need like the old school method, like where we can just send like messenger doves to people.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
so yeah, it's definitely gonna have to come from an outside source because they've isolated our communication system. So I just think that mail is the best way to go, but that's just me. But yeah, I just wanted to say happy Friday and thank you so much for everything that you do, and thank you for your channel, and thank you to all the viewers, and thank you for staying strong as a community. And I hope that you have a happy Friday, and that's it.
Okay. Well, thank you for coming on. I appreciate everything you do too, and happy Friday to you. Happy Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah,
Ha-
happy
yeah.
weekend.
Happy everything.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right.
All
See
right.
you next time.
Hey, see you next time. I'll do more of these so you can come on. And everybody, Tiville, Tiville on YouTube. DePlume's making the regular channel is called DePlume, DE_PLUIM.
And that's the channel where I edit everything out, so it'll be all normalized. It'll be recipes and makeup. So that's the channel that my family watches because they don't agree with TI technology. So you won't see any of that on there. But if you want a break from TI, then definitely go to that channel too. So thank you so much.
Cool. Thank you for coming on, DePlume.
Thank you. See you next time.
Okay. I'll talk to you soon. All right, guys. So Kyle's getting tired. I'm getting tired and kind of losing my concentration, what little I had at the beginning of this. So I think I'm going to close it up. Thank you, everybody. Yusuf, John, Karen, DePlume. I don't think I missed anybody. I saw somebody, I think Celine wanted to come on, but I was talking to somebody else, and maybe next time you can come on. And these are pretty good. These are good. If y'all like them, we can keep doing them. Probably we'll be doing other stuff like some regular videos, some regular live streams, and then we'll do this and movie night. I'll keep that in the back of my mind. It's either going to be Willow or probably Willow. Probably we're going to be watching Willow. All right, guys. I love y'all. Roller Skater says, Vulcan, I pray your targeting stops. I don't see my targeting stop unless the program is stopped, but I know I can get with defenses, I can get it feeling a lot better, and then we just need some big miracles, which the world's kind of going this way, but I'm hoping that we can find at least medical attention and start progressing to where this program's ending, so we'll have at least our health and our brain, whatever we can heal up with, to face like the coming, all the other stuff, right? Hey, thank you, True Kism. All the best to you too. God bless all you guys. And just stay strong. We'll do this again. I think everybody liked it. I think it makes people feel better, and I know this personally because when I get up and I talk about some of this stuff, it gets it out of me. And you're helping people too, so it can make you feel really good, and I want to give people that experience, and I want to give y'all a voice. So we'll be doing this, probably not every time I get on a video we'll do this, but we'll definitely make some room for these. I hope that y'all stops too. Hey, Nadia says good night, everybody. Thanks for coming, Nadia. Tyler says, I have a question. Worked on such, and he didn't work on the technology, Tyler. Dr. Robert Duncan actually worked on it, Yeah, Karen says it figures. I texted at 11:11. Keep seeing these numbers. I see certain numbers, and like other TIs will like text me at certain times that are weird. And I think it's all like mind control and stuff like that. Your attackers will get you to focus on it. Like they'll get me to focus on the clock when it's a certain time. Not 11:11, but other numbers. All right, guys. I love y'all. And I'll see you on the next one. Just stay strong. I'm going to be looking into some other stuff. Somebody put in the chat that the State Department has the CIA at the head of it anyway. But I don't know. I'm gonna look into that. Hey, New Type says thanks everyone, and thanks Wolverine. Thank you for coming, brother. All right, guys. I will see you on the next one. I'm gonna be thinking of something important that we can talk about, something that can move us forward. And I think with these things, I like this putting something from the mainstream about remote microwave attacks before we have a panel, so that if non-TIs come, they see that remote microwaves exist, they're hitting people. Then we give our testimonies, we connect up with it right. We really got to use that because we're human beings too. Not just people who work for the government are human beings that should not be tortured to death, All right, guys. Yeah, thank you for coming on, DePlume. That was great. And please check her channel out, guys. Like, she's working really hard, to get through her targeting and do a bunch of other stuff. All right, guys. I love y'all. I'll see you on the next one.